How is everyone? I am late and badly prepared, as it should be. Well, not as it should be, but, you know, as is the way of the world. Hi. How are you? That is a funky emote. What in the heck? In Sad Boy Hours, huh? I saw. Sorry about that. Man, I hope you can take a load off here. Just chill for a bit. And you know, if there's anything specifically I can help you with, maybe I can. I don't know. Okay. Let's see. Where did we even stop reading? Oh gosh. Where did we stop reading? That is a very good question. Maybe I should have checked that out earlier. Not that. Not that. Healing fantasy. Ooh, that's... oh dear. 4 tapes. Being sad is probably... oh dear. Hey you. How you doing, Tay? I'm... oh, it's hard to describe. It's like, oh, hi Analog. Man, I should greet each of you individually. Hi Analog, hi Goatman, hi Octavi, hi Norcat, and hi Albatross. I don't know. I'm kind of not good, but also kind of handling it okay. I don't know. Oh, hydrate. You know what? That's a good idea. But actually, that reminds me. I need to bring some caffeine. Hang on a second. I'll try to go for a few hours today. Voice feels very relaxed. You're not good. Don't say that. We're here to give you the best time. Well, I mean, I don't know. It's hard to say. I am kind of good. I am doing good. There's a lot going on in my head, but I'm doing okay with it. Don't worry about it. I mean, if I will say, if anyone manages to make me like really laugh out loud, I will be very proud of you. 100+% of the game from my childhood on the hard difficulty, man. Congratulations. That's... oh, Dust. God, that's a game from your childhood, man. I've had that gifted to me like a while ago. Oh, ate something with chopsticks, man. That is pretty high difficulty too. That's not easy. I mean, unless you grew up with it, I guess. In which case, it probably is easy, but in that case, you probably wouldn't be bragging about it. So, everyone, please give some claps to Goatman and Octavi. God level, yeah. But the highest difficulty setting is of course eating soup with chopsticks. You know? Not slurping the soup, but just eating it very fast, the liquid and all that. Splashing it all in your face. Okay, let me take a sip of this stuff. Oh yeah. You're a goat, yes. So I've heard. Got horns. So far so good. Ah, Oh, Golin, hi. Hi, sorry, I didn't notice you there. Oh, I think you woke up horny. Oh, well then. I see. Well then. Is that TMI? Is that TMI? I mean, I don't mind, but I'm not sure if that's okay for everyone. I don't know. Man, I don't know. I guess wholesome streamer. Yeah, I'm wholesome. Like, don't pin that on me. I didn't say anything. I just wrote it. I mean, read it. I didn't write it. The opposite of what I said. Hang on. I have to... Didn't read that. Poor sense of time. Inconsistent sense of time. Substitute family members. Okay, no, that is... Ah, yeah. We ended on... enmeshment. That is some very... Okay, yeah, that is some very complex stuff. That's what we ended on. Yeah. But it's okay. You don't have to be. I don't know. I feel like I need to... just trying to make Teiyu laugh. Okay. I know, it's hard to make me, like, really laugh. I mean, I laugh a lot, but that's like, you know... It's like... Something. Wait, Potato Tuber, hi. Hi there. Was that it? Are you going somewhere with that? I mean, you did Bingus Bongus, you at Chongus. Am I? Okay, well, Darren, you did manage. Ah, Jaku! Oh my god! Jaku! Good lord! Neep! Hello, Neep. Good thing that you're here. You can give a shout out to Jaku. Jaku is the partner of Zen, who is one of my favorite people, and by extension, since they're basically a unit now, Jaku is also one of my favorite people, so there you go. Yeah, Jaku is like super comfy, super loving, super sweet, super huggable, and according to some clip that has been created, he also has a wonderful ass, apparently. I mean, like a... I'm not sure if wonderful was the word, but there was something about it. Hi! Hi! What are you doing? Playing Vampire. I don't know how you pronounce that. But yeah. Hi. Oh, don't act like you don't remember that. You were there. Something... Twitch shoutout, it wasn't working, so click the link. Yeah. Just click the link. Just please, yes, I am very wholesome. And Jaku has a wholesome butt. Yes. It does have a hole. So so far so good. Yeah. Oh, also, Zen birthday. Zen has her birthday today. So, happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Zen. Happy birthday to you. Yeah. Every time you said something, I'll give you a boing. Oh dear. I of course work Revelation Dust while on work. I messed up the game setting to my work. Oh dear. Hang on, scrolling up. Okay. Hypnogram, hi. Welcome. Okay. Okay, yes. Happy birthday. A boink like this. That's fair. I have a hard head. Hi! Glad to see you here. How was the stream? So, for most time working, it was set to balloons. Oh dear. Goats need hard heads to butt the butts. Yes! That is the hidden technique, the butt. How was the stream? You were playing Vampire, so I guess you were sucking it up? Like blood and stuff? I would assume? Whew. Okay. Boo! Did some Vampire, basically a doctor turned vampire and trying to figure out who did it to you. Huh. You know what? That's actually an awesome concept. Like, figuring out who did... basically who murdered you. That's cool. I headbutted an ex of mine, but... I headbutted an ex of mine's butt once. And she burst out laughing. What's so funny? I just farted. Well then... That is the risk of headbutting someone's butt. You risk setting something loose. Counter, yeah. It's like down B. Down B in Smash Bros. It's fun. Combat is a little clunky. Dialogue options can be a little weird, but it's cool. Nice. That's interesting. Do goats Holmgong? Holmgong? I think you read that Holmgong. I have no idea what that means. So I cannot at this time respond to that question. I'm terribly sorry. Duel to the death. Well, I hope not. I don't think so. I mean, they specifically butt heads because their heads can take a lot of punishment, so they specifically do that in order to not kill each other. Hi. Yes, Godman, hi. Hello. That's my name. I'm Teiyu. We shall fight. Oh. Okay. I mean, if you insist. maybe not quite now. Like, I'm supposed to be reading stuff. But, I mean, we can... My people will reach out to your people. Just wanted to say that word was my fave since a child. Old and outdated balls. Oh. We shall fight for a right to party. You know what? I can stand behind that. No fights here, only happiness. But what if we fight for our happiness? I think that's a worthy cause. Worthy cause. Yeah. Whew. Okay, you know what? Hashtag gotcha. Okay, I was supposed to be reading things here. Okay. We stopped on something. Gonna be eating for a bit. Oh, right, yeah. Don't be afraid to take care of yourself after stream and stuff. But thanks for lurking. Yeah, love you too. Little froggy. Blame the metal I was listening to. Okay. That is pretty metal. Okay. We were on the subject of the chapter how it feels to have a relationship with an emotionally immature parent. And last thing was rule coercion. I think we went through that one. Hang on. Or did we? It was about... Do I got Stardew Valley? I don't think I do. It never... Ah! Kimara! Kimara2905. Thank you so much for the follow. Thank you. Glad to have you here. You probably love it. I might. I mean, I probably would. I would probably feel stressed by the time limit. Like, I get severe FOMO when there's a time limit involved and stuff. But I don't know. I never really got into games that... Well, on the other hand, that one does have a plot with an end, right? So, I don't know. It's not the kind of game I usually play, believe it or not. But I feel like if I actually took the time to just... It's like Harvest Moon where it keeps going. So like there is a plot, but you can just keep going, if I understand it right? And... yeah. I don't know, I just don't usually sit down for games that are just... I don't know. I'm actually terrible about playing games. I just kind of sometimes sit down to like beat a game, but I don't really do that thing that normal people do where they just sit down to play a game because it's fun, you know? Because I spend my entire waking life being stressed out about the things that I should be doing instead. So yeah, honestly, it would probably be for the best if I did play some games just to have fun like that. You just grow plants and befriend the townsfolk and marry one, yeah. Same, yeah. Yeah. The plot has an end, but the game keeps going. Harvest Moon is that way. Animal Crossing is easier and ran with less things to manage, yeah. But then also, I stopped playing Animal Crossing, you know, once I ran out of goals, you know? I'm just... I need to learn to get like that intrinsic motivation for things. That's one of those really big things that I'm learning about myself. To just do things even though yeah. Which is honestly kind of related to the subject at hand, because, you know, I think that kind of mindset probably comes from like, you know, feeling like you need to prove your worth, I guess. And that tends to come from, you know, a childhood where you were made to feel like you have to prove your worth. Burnout, I guess. Wait, in which regard? Like about Animal Crossing? Or... yeah, yep, okay, yeah. Okay, no, seriously. Focus. We were on... I'll get back to... I'll try to get through some stuff, and then I'll get back to chat. Yeah. Gotta figure out how to balance the two. Video games in general, but abuse burnt me out, so like the same, yeah. I mean, I wasn't abused, just, you know, just the thing in, you know, the thing in the book, even if it's not... even if it's not active abuse, it can still have, like, an impact like that. So yeah, so... Rule coercion. I'm gotta... Jumzi! Hi there! Could you not be relatable right now, trying to work and you're fucking my shit up? Oh, I'm sorry! I mean... I hope you can push that aside for now and, you know, have a breakdown later when it's convenient, I guess. Hi Jimsy. How are you doing? Okay, let me just check. Where did we leave off? Prone to literal thinking. Chapter 3. Chapter 3, how it feels. Resist repairing relationships. Demand mirroring. Roles are sacred. Role coercion. Forcing, manipulating someone into taking up a role. Okay. Let me give you... Oh dear. Oh no. I mean, if you insist. Thank you. Finally caught a strap. Sorry, what are we talking about? We're talking about... Oh, thank you so much for the sub. Thank you. That's very kind of you. Really appreciate that. Hope you enjoy your couple of emotes. I hope to make some more soon. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, Issen, hi! Didn't notice you there. We were talking about an inability to self-motivate, to find intrinsic motivation, to just do things because they're fun instead of for some purpose, and stuff like that. Yeah. No one asked me, but I'd like to pretend someone asked me, hey, how do you handle being sad on stream? I don't, everything just works. I mean, I guess it's just... Sometimes you just have people in chat who can relate, and then it's like, yeah, you actually build a deep connection, so it still works. Don't struggle with that too much, it's very common. It's honestly... What's worse than being sad on stream is just being like blank on stream. Like I can't stream if my head just is totally empty and there's like just nothing going on there. Like if I'm sad, it's just like, oh yeah, I'm gonna be quiet today. But sometimes it's just like I can't words. So yeah. Okay, we did do role coercion. So, now let me read some stuff. By the way, I hope the volume is okay. So, they seek enmeshment, not emotional intimacy. Although emotional intimacy and enmeshment can look superficially similar, these two styles of interaction are very different. In emotional intimacy, two individuals with fully articulated selves enjoy getting to know each other at a deep level, building emotional trust through mutual acceptance. In the process of getting to know each other, they discover and even cherish differences between them. Emotional intimacy is invigorating and energizes people toward personal growth as they enjoy the interest and support of another person. In enmeshment, on the other hand, two emotionally immature people seek their identity and self-completion through an intense, dependent relationship. Through this enmeshed relationship, they create a sense of certainty, predictability, and security that relies on the reassuring familiarity of each person playing a comfortable role for the other. Roles again. If one person tries to step out of the implicit bounds of the relationship, the other often experiences great anxiety that's only eased by a return to the prescribed role. It's very common though. I'm firing blank as I play a game, it just happens to work. Oh, that's cool. Maybe I should sometimes just try to power through it, and maybe the game will inspire some thoughts. But I feel like it's happened often enough that I did try, and I just end up being very anxious about not really saying anything of worth. So, some people really don't like the idea of having a role. I mean, I guess it really depends on, like, if it's a role that's just forced on you, or if it's something you chose for yourself. And that's the big thing here, is that, you know, in relationships like these, the parents just kind of make up these roles for their children, and then, you know, expect them to stick to those roles. And also, you know, give themselves the roles of obviously being, you know, on a higher level and deserving of unconditional admiration and stuff. Playing favorites. Enmeshment sometimes manifests as playing favorites. It can be hard to watch your parent give attention to a preferred sibling, making you wonder why your parent never showed that kind of interest in you. But obvious favoritism isn't a sign of a close relationship, it's a sign of enmeshment. It's likely that a preferred sibling has a psychological maturity level similar to your parents. Low levels of emotional maturity pull people into mutual enmeshment, especially if they are parent and child. Remember, emotionally immature parents relate on the basis of roles, not individuality. If you had an independent, self-reliant personality, your parent wouldn't have seen you as a needy child for whom he or she could play the role of a rescuing parent. Instead, you may have been pegged as the child without needs, the little grown-up. It wasn't some sort of insufficiency in you that made the parent pay more attention to your sibling. Rather, it's likely that you weren't dependent enough to trigger your parents' enmeshment instincts. Pickaxe and chill. Not right now, but maybe later. Hi. How's my day? My day is... It's pretty good. It's decent. I had a decent day. Yeah. Also, thank you for the hydrate and the stretch. I shall do that. Yeah, I'm gonna stretch. Okay. Whew. Yeah, no, I'm not having a bad day, no. There's bad stuff going on, but, you know, last night I finally... Hang on. Oops, easy. Last night I finally took some steps to actually plan for, well, not just plan for, like, I bought tickets and made reservations for a hostel, you know, for the trip to my father's funeral next week, so yeah. Finally. Took me long enough. I don't know why I keep procrastinating on things like that. Oh yeah, sorry about that. Yeah. Sorry for just bringing that on you like that. Things don't always get better, yeah. And yeah. And I'll try to get there. Oh, don't worry about it. But thank you. It's okay. I mean, should I keep talking? I mean, I already started talking, so at this point it's, you know, whatever. The thing is that he already had, like, a stroke a couple of years ago and wasn't found for several days. So the person I knew as my father already died at that point. So, you know, so the mourning about his real actual death now is not as bad as it was back then. So yeah, so don't worry about it. It's just gonna be a lot of thinking about, like, you know, life and death and stuff. It is painful. Well, don't worry about it. It's okay. Celebrate his life, yeah. That's kind of what I'm going to do. Like, spoilers? My birthday is coming up soon-ish. I won't be celebrating it on stream. It's just don't have anything planned for it, and it's just like too much stuff going on right now. And also I don't really want to make it too public. Like it's okay to just have it be like, yeah, it's somewhere around this time. But I think I'll take that day to record something that I'll play when I return. Something about like, you know, giving a sense of meaning to, you know, to his death and my birth. Because, you know, if I'm talking about emotionally immature parents, like regarding this book, then he's the one, you know, I'm thinking of mostly. And so, you know, he could have been a better father. But also it's just like, I still love him. And it's still very sad to think about, because in the end, what kinda killed him was depression. And I can see all of that in myself too. And so I kind of want to make it a mission statement, I guess. You know, that's what I'm trying to prevent with Teiyu. To give people this emotional support animal, you know, who is there for them and takes them by the hand, makes them feel like, hey, just don't fall into that hole, don't, like, take steps and don't fall into that rut, I guess. Make others happy to make yourself happy kind of thing. I mean, that's valuable, but it's not what I'm thinking of exactly. He just kinda... Do I need someone to talk now? No, it's fine. It's fine. I mean, I probably do, but I don't know. Not... I don't know. What I'm getting at is just he... Maybe lend you a helping hand. I'll see about that. But thank you very much for the offer. It's just he was just the kind of person who spent his whole life basically going to work and then sitting in front of the TV. And then, you know, when the family kind of broke apart around him, then he just kind of stayed at home, just kind of watching TV. And then he got old enough to, you know, to stop working. And then he just kind of sat around in front of the TV and just kind of withering away. And that's just sad. That's the kind of passivity that I could very easily fall into if I don't, or rather that I have fallen into. And that's one of the big things that I really want to fight against with Teiyu. Like, first of all in myself, but also, you know, in other, you know, people I meet. Say, sounds like your dad. It's very common, I think. And I think it's also a result of the same issues, you know, described in this book. Like, he also had a childhood like this one without any warmth. So, yeah. Anyway, thank you for listening. Let's keep reading. Too lucky for what I've got. No, you deserve it. You deserve being lucky. Or what do you mean? Generational thing. I mean, there's definitely a lot to that. You know, there's actually they they do address that in the book too, about how like the post-war generation and stuff like that, they were especially strict and just, yeah, like that. There's a way to help. I'd like to know it. I'll let you know if there's anything you can do. Like my parents in life and stuff. Nah, it's don't worry about it. If you feel like you're really well off and Yubi, hi there, happy to see you. You are familiar. I've seen you around. I don't remember where, but hi. Hi there. We're talking about like some really heavy stuff right now, so hi. I hope you're into that. But yeah, like if you feel like you're really like you're too well off or something, Rin stream. Oh man, I miss her. Ah, it's been too long without Rin. If you feel like you're that well off, then use that. I mean, first of all, it's fine. You don't need to do anything to deserve being happy. But also, if you want to do something with that, just make other people happy too. Share it with them. Was lurking something, listening in, journaling at the moment. Just going, okay. Cool. Journaling, man, I need to get back into that. And also, Nala Akaba, hi. Hi there. Welcome. That's what I try to do. Yeah, it is what you do. You're a very sweet person and I appreciate you. So yeah, let's get back to the reading. Good day to you too. Interestingly, self-sufficient children who don't spur their parents to become enmeshed are often left alone to create a more independent and self-determined life. Therefore, they can achieve a level of self-development exceeding that of their parents. In this way, not getting attention can actually pay off in the long run. But in the meantime, high-functioning children still have the pain of feeling left out as their parent pours energy into emotional enmeshment with one or more siblings. Enmeshment can take the form of either dependency or idealization. In dependent enmeshment, the child is maladjusted and the parent plays the role of either rescuer or victim. In idealized enmeshment, the parent indulges a favorite child as though that child is more important and deserving than the other kids. However, this traps the idealized favorite child in an ironclad role, so that child isn't experiencing any true emotional intimacy either. Journaling's got here, yee. Daily journaling of reflections. Man, that's so good though. Really need to take more time to do that. Let's read some stories. Heather had always longed for her mother's interest and attention, but had never received it, while her eldest sister, Marlo, was the clear favorite. Heather was particularly hurt when her mother enthusiastically reported how, on a recent visit, she and Marlo had just talked and talked and talked. About what? Heather asked. Oh, just what she was doing and what she wants to do. Heather's heart felt pierced because she had always wished for those kinds of conversations with her mother, but it had never happened. Another time at a holiday gathering, Heather watched with dismay as her mother fluttered around Marlo with an adoring look and volunteered to sit on an uncomfortable chair so Marlo could have a nice seat. Mark's story. Mark's father, Don, clearly preferred Mark's younger brother, Brett, helping him financially and calling him his baby. When Mark's father died, at the funeral Mark's uncle remembered how hard Don had been on Mark, punishing him harshly for no good reason. You were the best one, his uncle told him. I couldn't understand why he was so tough on you. Mark was an independent, intelligent child who was never dependent on his father. They couldn't enmesh, so Don turned to Brett, who was more emotionally immature. Okay, let's take some notes on that. Okay. Emotional enmeshment. Let's see. Let me try to put this in my own words. An intense relationship between two emotionally immature people. Parent and child in this case, who said emotional when an intense relationship between two emotional damage who hang on. Seek identity and self-completion. Who seek identity and completion through an intense dependent relationship. Dependent relationship. Through which they create a sense of certainty and predictability through the roles given to each of them. Favoritism. Favoritism. A parent might clearly favor a less dependent and emotionally damaged. Wait, no, not damaged. I wanted to say it but not write it. An emotionally mature child that they can make dependent on themselves. Emotionally damaged. I mean, you know, that's gonna ensue too. So, not entirely wrong. While a more independent child will receive less attention. Can actually be beneficial to the less favored child, as they get more space to grow outside of a restrictive role. Finding substitute family members. Emotionally immature parents can act out their need for enmeshment even with people who aren't close family members. If there's an enmeshment void, they'll go outside the immediate family to fill it. They might also become enmeshed with a group, such as a church or other organization. Oh dear. Too real. Bill's story. After Bill was grown and out of the house, his parents started taking in homeless people they met through a church outreach program. At any get-together, Bill's parents would regale people with stories about the latest in the lives of the people they were helping. Although Bill's parents were very invested in talking about the latest person they had taken under their wings, they rarely mentioned anything Bill was involved in. Starting to think like I might have actually already dealt with this whole section, but oh well. Substitute the church. Yes. Or there's a lot of potential things that people can get enmeshed in these days. There's a lot of stuff that is very cult-like like that. Finding substitute family members. Welcome to the internet. Indeed. Act out their need for enmeshment. They might also act out their need for enmeshment with people outside their family, with church or other such communities and organizations. They have an inconsistent sense of time. Although this is an extremely subtle point and is easily overlooked, emotionally immature people often have a fragmented orientation to time, especially when they get emotional. We might assume that all adults experience time in the same way, using a kind of linear continuum that stretches seamlessly from the distant past into the foreseeable future. Not so with emotionally immature people. When they get emotionally aroused, moments exist in a kind of eternal now. This is one reason why the lives of emotionally immature people are often beset with problems. They don't see them coming. Ruled by desires of the moment, their experiences in time are frequently disconnected. When acting on their impulses, they don't use the past for guidance and they don't anticipate the future. This disturbance in time continuity explains their inconsistencies and the unreflective way they handle relationship issues. Why a poor sense of time can feel like emotional manipulation. Emotionally immature people may seem to be emotional manipulators, but actually they're just very opportunistic tacticians, pressing for whatever feels best at the time. They have no investment in being consistent, so they say whatever gives them an edge in the moment. They may be capable of strategic thinking in their work or in other pursuits, but when it comes to emotional situations, they go for the immediate advantage. Lying is a perfect example of a momentary win that feels good but is destructive to a relationship in the long run. Oh hey, oh god, I'm sorry to hear that. Man, that must have been a rough time. I think at the end of last session I might have read the rest of the chapter, but not actually taken notes on it. How lacking a sense of time's continuity creates inconsistency. When stressed or emotionally aroused, immature people don't experience themselves as being embedded in the ongoing flow of time. They experience moments in time as separate, non-linear blips, like little lights randomly going on and off, with few linkages in time between one interaction and another. They act inconsistently as their consciousness hops from one experience to another. This is one reason why they are often indignant when you remind them of their past behavior. For them, the past is gone and has nothing to do with the present. Likewise, if you express caution about something in the future, they're likely to brush you off since the future isn't here yet. Oh god. Way too real. More emotionally mature people, on the other hand, experience time as a series of connected self-aware moments. If they regret something they did, it continues to travel through time with them, attached to them by an emotion like shame or guilt. If they think about doing something risky in the future, they feel linked to what might happen, and may choose to do something different. The moments of their lives feel connected, each affecting the others, and all affecting their relationships with other people. Yeah. Study stream, also known as Too Real stream. Find family and close friends. How do you mean? I mean, I understand the concept, but I'm not sure what you were responding to, Yubi. Okay, almost at the end of the chapter, and then we'll take notes on this. How an immature sense of time limits self-reflection and accountability. Responding to the note on finding substitute family members. I mean, you know, it is just finding family and friends is a very normal thing. Just like you know, that's just in terms of the concept of emotional enmeshment, you know, where you kind of become obsessed with with having a role in a certain organization, in a certain community, and it kind of becomes your identity because there's not enough going on in yourself, and you need that to fill that void in yourself. Also, hi Snaku. Snacko. I'm not sure how to pronounce your name. Snacko. Snacko. It's SM misclick? I don't understand. Okay, back to reading. Self-reflection is the ability to analyze your thoughts, feelings, and behaviors over time. People who focus mostly on the present moment don't have enough of a time perspective to engage in self-reflection. Instead, with each new moment, they leave their past behind, freeing them from any sense of responsibility for their actions. Therefore, when someone feels hurt by something they did in the past, they tend to accuse the person of dwelling on the past for no good reason. They don't understand why others can't just forgive, forget, and move on. Because of their limited sense of the continuity of time, they don't understand that it takes time to heal from a betrayal. You can see how hard accountability would be for these people. It's a flimsy concept for those who don't feel a temporal connection between their actions and future consequences. As a result, their natural style is to promise something, not do it, apologize perfunctorily, and then resent people if they keep bringing it up. You may wonder why a person would develop such an unreliable sense of time, being blind to their own inconsistencies, and unable to observe their own behavior. It has to do with their lack of self-development and poor personality integration, along with their tendency toward extremely concrete literal thinking. Because they don't have an ongoing, continuous self as the organizing center of their personality, emotions or stress can put them in a childlike mentality in which moments in time float separately. Hi. Okay. With all due respect, I think that is a very one-sided black and white view. It is one of the possibilities, yet it's not the only one. Sometimes friends can become family through positive shared experience with a subconscious goal of trying to fill a void. Friends can do positive share. No, I agree. Like, how do I? Okay, first of all, hi. Hi, Khalil. Welcome. Taking notes emote. Oh yeah, we do that. We do need that. No, like. I don't know. It's hard to explain this whole thing without hang on. Then I'll pay attention with how to react to situations and questions, just a friendly constructive criticism. Not knowing what place somebody answers or reacts from. Again, with all appreciation and respect. Yeah, it's. Yeah, you do raise a good point. Like, well, that does kind of come later in the book. Like, there's, well, kind of. One thing about this book is it never quite explicitly says it, but, you know, if you were raised by an emotionally immature parent and you lived through a childhood where your emotional needs weren't met, then chances are that you also grew up to be emotionally immature in one way or another. And, you know, so all of this stuff that is being described here can also, to some extent, apply to the person reading the book who wants to better themselves. Now later in the book there's at least some stuff on how to overcome that feeling, you know, that feeling of maybe not a feeling, but rather overcome this feeling like you, oh god. Sorry, this is actually a lot. Hang on, let me see. I've tried, and that was very frustrating to deal with, mostly because the person does not see a need to work on their emotions. They told me, so that is on me. Sounds like they need to know and make the effort and to save themselves, but the symptoms directly hamper that. Yeah, that is the problem with a lot of them. Like, a lot there. I think that comes later. The distinction between internalizers and externalizers, how where internalizers tend to be like very self-reflected, and they're the ones who are more likely to actually seek help, while externalizers tend to be like, yeah, everything is everyone else's problem, like it's not my fault, so I don't care, you know. Sometimes it takes time before people realize they're the ones needing help. Speaking out of my own experience on myself. Trying to make the point that I haven't been always the best version of myself to others without realizing. Got enabled in it because people close to me said it was okay and not my fault. It's always more than one person is in a situation, and the one we do have somewhat under control is ourselves. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's... It's a lot. It's a lot. I don't know. I feel like can't really help a person who doesn't think that they need help. So in that case, you can only certainly if that gives peace of mind, it helps further growth, but it's up to yourself to want to change and then be patient while working on your journey. Made me giggle when you explained externalize it's not my fault, I don't care. The first thing that floated in my head was kid. Oh no. Hey man, you're studying the theory right now, you don't gotta have an answer. Yeah, I guess so. Something applies to him, my brain. Yeah. I mean, it's his character, definitely. I do have a fear of becoming emotionally immature like my parents, but I know what I'm working on myself, make effort to not do so. Yeah. I think, well, first of all, like, one big rule I have is that no one can expect anything from you except that you do your best. As long as you are really genuinely trying, then you're good. Like, you know, obviously you're good in this case doesn't mean that you don't have anything more to work on, but you are in the process of working on it, and that means, hey, you can't do anything more than that. No one can ask anything more than that of you. So don't worry about it. Just don't beat yourself up about it as long as you're still genuinely working on it. You're genuinely trying is really hard to quantify. That is true. That is true. So yeah, all you can do is just, I guess, it would be really handy to have like a set of rules to help you distinguish, like, hey, am I really trying? Am I really doing my best? I think as long as you are open to talking to people about those things, about like if you are genuinely the kind of person who is like, hey, here's this story, am I the asshole here? You know? Then I think you're probably good. I think everyone has their own definition of trying and doing our best, so that's for ourselves to decide. I mean, probably, I don't know. I want to try at least to figure something out, to get these like rough guidelines to help people orient themselves. Lazy Llama. Oh hey, my dude. Hi. Holy shit, it's been a while. Hi. How are you doing? Starting the process is often the hardest part as possible, in my opinion. Yeah. I think it's kind of difficult to create those, because it's probably different for anybody else. Nature, nurture, and whatnot. I don't know. I like to believe. I want to believe that there is like some very general like rules, not rules, but like I like to think that no matter how different we are, there's still some very general abstract like patterns that are the same everywhere. So like I can't tell you like, hey, you have to do this thing, but rather like, but if I find like the kind of thing like, hey, if you are doing this kind of thing to an extent that it feels like something like this, I don't know. I don't know if this is making sense. Like, that's a lot. Oh, hi there. Welcome. Mistake. I think that's true. It's like how a wave is kind of international by default, or handshake. It's more like... Cat, hi, welcome back. I never stopped believing, nor will I ever never say never, but if you take the concept of suffering as an example, my cat dies, I might in a dark hole for months, where somebody else with their cat might be out that after a few days. Same with what is genuine effort. No, but I think, like, taking that as an example, I think, in that case, in the case of like how long you mourn your cat, I would say, hey, you take however long you need. That is the pattern that I would get at. Like everyone has their own time, and sorry about that. So if I wanted to tell people like, hey, if you are if I want to tell people like what is genuine effort, I would try to find a way that is like, Mr. Little says, oh no, sorry to hear that. Cat. Do you need someone to talk? Oh dear. Hang on. I would try to find a way like, hey, if you wait, is the music still running? Yeah, the music's still running. Oh dear. Hi, Zodiac. I'm a little bit overwhelmed right now. Calm down. Okay. Okay. Okay, you know what? I will note down these concerns and I will try to think about them and address them at a later point. Because I'm not good at thinking on my feet. And that's just something I'll have to accept. So yeah, let's do that. Yeah. Look away from the stream. Stop looking at me. Stop looking at me. Okay. 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 Take notes. Thank you so much for the follow. Yeah. Well, this is one reason why you know, I want to become a mental health content creator. And yeah, I want to make like video essays and stuff. And that's a lot more my thing, because it means like I can really take the time to think about this stuff. Because when I'm put on the spot like this, I tend to like get really nervous in my brain. I want to become, well, I don't know. I feel like I'm not quite there yet, and also I'm not sure if does streaming count as content creation? I mean, I guess it's content. Yeah, I know. Write them down and give them a thought. Hope something good comes out of them. Yeah. Okay. You know what? Yeah, I'll be right back for a moment. A moment is really good, doing the research and discussing it. Yeah. Okay. I'm glad you think so. No, and where is the... I don't have a beer back. Well darn. AI called me a content creator, and I do far less than you do, so yes, you're a content creator. Okay. Okay. OBS, why are you like this? Where's the thing? Oh my god. Okay, you know what? You just have to imagine the beer pack. Because apparently OBS doesn't want me to have nice things, such as an ad-sourced thingamajig. It's just not in the cards today. So yeah, I'll be right back. Aren't you a student? Chill, my guy, you're good. I'm not sure none of you. I'm not really a student. I'm just doing this. Okay. I'll be back in a few minutes. And thanks for the hydrate. student of life. Yeah. Get yourself some water and breathe. Prepare for bed? Oh, yeah. Right. Have a good night, UV. Thanks for being here. Bro, if I had to make fantastic knives out of my forge while figuring it out, I'll lose my... First knife I made was rammed out of a wrench. It sucked so bad. Oh, student of metalworking. That's interesting. Didn't know that was something that you study. I thought that was more like, I don't even know, like a training thing. Welcome back yet. Thanks. I want to ask, is Khalil still here? Because, I had some thoughts about their criticism. Just how you could also go to a trade school. Oh, I see. Yeah, okay. About your criticism, I was wondering, because I think that this whole, substitute family member thing, which you, thank you, Stevie. I'm not sure if that counts as a brag, but okay. Hi. I think that whole thing, it makes sense, like, in the context of the book, just describing some, like, a way that emotionally immature parents might act. But, I see the concern that... Was your concern specifically more like with the way, like, someone might enter the stream and see my notes and think like, wait, so if I find family in friends, then that's emotionally immature of me? Yeah, okay, I see. That's a very good point. No, okay. Just misinterpreted you. Somebody new. Yeah, that's a very, very good point to consider, though. Like, I gonna need to... I think what you do is awesome. Thank you. Okay. Thanks. I appreciate it. See the risk for people finding their escape digitally. Which risk? Maybe upon coming in your stream the first time. Which risk exactly? The impact of words. I'll try to think about that, like how this whole thing would seem to someone who just sees it for the first time. No, I very much appreciate it. It's important. Like I really want to be careful. Like I know that I'm putting myself into a position where I could easily do a lot of harm if I'm careless. So I want to be criticized every once in a while to keep me sharp, keep me aware of what I might be doing wrong. More Lindsay C. Gibson. Yeah, we're going through the book at a snail's pace. But you know, I think it's working out okay. Love them? Good. Changing people's timeliness is a dangerous thing. Utilizing his power has risked their timeliness. Oh dear. That kind of the timelines. Okay, yeah, that makes more or less sense somehow. I don't know. Thanks, autocorrect. Yeah. Okay. 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 Time. Speaking of time, this is a whole thing here. People use big words to confuse. Enjoy the book. I shall. I shall. You too. Aw, cute. Thank you. Okay. So, inconsistent sense of time. Let me try to summarize that. Parents might have an inconsistent sense of time. They tend to, in emotional matters, they tend to, when it comes to emotional matters, revert to regress to a sort of infantile infantile mindset where they just exist in a sort of perpetual now, and moments in the past and in a projected future just kind of float in a disconnected void. Using a power as risks, yeah. I'll explain that concept in more detail when I have keyboard. It's one of my personal guiding principles. Oh, I'd be curious about that. I thought you were making a joke there, but okay. That is an interesting concept then. Vacant Void, my favorite place to get lunch, yeah. They have awesome sandwiches. This leads to behavior that seems emotionally manipulative. Just doing whatever feels best in the moment with no regard for consequences, or rather long-term consequences. Act inconsistently. Lack accountability. Self-reflection. And care for future consequences. Okay. Caring about long-term consequences in humanity's case is a real problem, yeah. That's enjoying hearing you think about stuff. That's I'm glad to hear that. See, that's why you know, I think it's important to care about like politics and stuff. But I think that in order to really affect change, you have to like tackle it at all sorts of different levels. Like, I don't think things can change if you only act on the like a large political level, but you also need like people at all levels below that, like working to actually change mindsets on a personal level, for instance. And I feel like I'm doing my part in that respect by trying to get people to just be more emotionally well, or rather to just be healthier as people. The grunt is on the floor, that make change. But also not just in that respect, but just like, yeah. But just in our daily interactions with people, like even just if you smile at a person, you're doing, even if you're just being nice to some random stranger, you're already doing something against their potentially destructive and cynical worldview, for instance. Potentially. Not just do your best. Politician creating policies, not setting up systems to go parallel with those innovative. The main ingredient of my reason for being. Yeah. Alright. Let's move on. Summary of this chapter, and then we're moving on to the next. You must become the change you want first. Exactly. Emotionally immature people have a poor sense of personal history and resist being accountable for their past actions or future consequences. Lacking a firm sense of self, they think family closeness means enmeshment, with people existing to mirror each other. Real communication is nearly impossible because of their poor empathy and rigid emphasis on roles. They neglect relationship repair and reciprocity and shirk the emotional work necessary to be sensitive to other people. Instead, they focus on whether others make them look good or bad. Defending against anxiety trumps relating authentically to other people, including their children. In the next chapter, we'll look at some of the research on early mother-child attachment to see how these immature characteristics might arise. Then I'll discuss how this translates into the 4 main types of emotionally immature parents. Hi, Galax the Moon. What's up? Happy to have you here. Teiyu makes everyone look extremely good, as he's very handsome. I'm not sure what that means, but okay, thank you. What is this seriousness? Well, this seriousness is studying. Studying emotional health. And sometimes that means that you have to look at your childhood and be like, man, that was actually kind of fucked up, wasn't it? So that's what we're looking at. I hope you're into that. So let's start on the next chapter. 4 types of emotionally immature parents. Your voice sounds very familiar. Does it? Does it now? Okay. Are you, noted? There are different types of emotionally immature parents, but all can cause loneliness and insecurity in children. There's basically one way to provide nurturing love, but many ways to frustrate a child's need for love. In this chapter, we look at 4 different types of parents, each with a particular brand of emotional immaturity. Although each type is emotionally insensitive in a different way, all create emotional insecurity in their children. Despite their different styles, all 4 types have the same underlying emotional immaturity. All tend to be self-involved, narcissistic, and emotionally unreliable. All share the common traits of egocentricity, insensitivity, and a limited capacity for a genuine emotional intimacy. All use non-adaptive coping mechanisms that distort reality rather than dealing with it. And all use their children to try to make themselves feel better, often leading to a parent-child role reversal and exposing their children to adult issues in an overwhelming way. In addition, all 4 types have poor resonance with other people's feelings. They have extreme boundary problems, either getting too involved or refusing to get involved at all. Most tolerate frustration poorly and use emotional tactics on threats rather than verbal communication to get what they want. All 4 types of parents resist seeing their children as separate individuals and instead relate to them strictly on the basis of their own needs. And with all 4 styles, children end up feeling de-selfed because their needs and interests are eclipsed by what's important to their parents. Before we explore the 4 types, however, let's take a brief moment to look at previous research that studied the effects of different types of parenting on quality of attachment behavior in babies. Yeah, this was actually a very important section when I read this way back in the clinic, because well, we'll get to that. Hang on, let me take a sip. How different types of parenting affect infant attachment. Mary Ainsworth, Sylvia Bell, and Donalda Staton conducted famous infant attachment research that has been replicated many times over the years. Part of their research involved observing and identifying maternal characteristics that were associated with either secure or insecure attachment behaviors in babies. As summarized in their 1974 article, these researchers rated mothers' behaviors toward their babies on 4 dimensions: sensitivity versus insensitivity, acceptance versus rejection, cooperation versus interference, and accessible versus ignoring. They found that a mother's degree of sensitivity was a key variable, in the sense that mothers who rated high in sensitivity also, without exception, rated high in acceptance, cooperation, and accessibility, whereas mothers who rated low in any of the other 3 scales also rated low in sensitivity. Ainsworth and her colleagues reported that more sensitive mothers had babies who showed more secure attachment behaviors in their experiments. So, basically, a very sensitive mother? Whatever sensitivity specifically means here. I assume she's going to get into that. I guess, emotional availability and, you know, the ability to really, to get what the child needs, I guess, and respond accordingly. So if a mother lacked that, then those children also tended to be those children rated wait, no. Found that a mother's degree of in the sense. Oh, no. Mothers who were sensitive also had high ratings in acceptance, cooperation, and accessibility. This reminds me of the baby boom, where children were dying in cribs and the nurse couldn't figure out why. Don't know how true that story is, but it goes that there were large nurseries to help care for children, babies, during the war, and they discovered that if they didn't get enough attention, they would just shut down and pass away. Yeah, I heard that too. The whole easily irritated kind of thing. I think sensitivity is, well, as I said, like, the bond between child and parent is so important. Yeah, like when you're an infant, when you're like a newborn baby, or well, even up to like, as long as you are basically helpless as a creature, you have a certain sense that you are helpless and all you can do is rely on parents or other figures who are caring for you. And that does a lot to, you know, okay, I'll get into it now. That also means that these children are very sensitive to whether to the emotions of their parents, and to you know, and also, of course, I assume that the reason those children died, assuming that story is true, I think it is, they probably just died of stress because they, you know, they thought that, well, no one is here to care about me. Oh my god, like I'm basically dead, so shit, you know? And like, for instance, I think a lot of my problems stem from the fact that the relationship between my parents was very strained. And, you know, I was an unwanted child, but my you know, my mother still was like, well, if he's on the way, then I'm gonna take care of him and I'm gonna stay in this relationship even though I don't want to be. And I think I picked up on that unease as a child and was like, oh man, why is everyone always, why am I stressing mom and dad out? Like, clearly I'm doing something wrong. And that, you know, there's this anecdote from my early childhood when I was like, I don't know, 4 or something, where I was like, we were at a large gathering with like people from my father's workplace. There was a barbecue, and my mother told me, hey, whatever you do, don't touch the barbecue. And apparently I touched it. Like, that evening, my mother found like these burn marks on my hands, but I didn't scream. She saw me like next to the barbecue, the grill, but I didn't say anything, because clearly, but it's not like they ever hit me or anything to shut me up. It's just like I must have developed this sense that, oh no, I just caused trouble, and I don't want them to know that I caused trouble. So I'm just gonna be quiet and swallow this pain. Just realized in this moment, I never fact-checked that story in any way, but Honestly, my whole life with my parents is so ridiculous. Actually, it's crazier than any Korean Indian drama. Oh god. I'm sorry to hear that. If it's any help, I've been a bit of an angry dude these last couple of weeks, and tuning into your stream is definitely putting me at ease. I'm glad to hear. Aw. I'm glad to hear that. That makes me very happy. Thank you. Thank you for sharing that. Yeah. Yeah. That makes me happy. Okay. It's crazy if you know the context. Oh dear. Oh dear. Okay. Here's how these researchers describe the sensitive mothers of babies who showed secure attachment behaviors. In summary, highly sensitive mothers are usually accessible to their infants and are aware of even their more subtle communications, signals, wishes, and moods. In addition, these mothers accurately interpret their perceptions and show empathy with their infants. The sensitive mother, armed with this understanding and empathy, can time her interactions well and deal with her babies so that her interactions seem appropriate in kind as well as in quality, and prompt. So let me reread that. They respond to even subtle stuff, accurately interpret and show empathy. Not sure what they mean with this whole appropriate stuff. Just, I don't know. Just respond accordingly, I guess. However, the behaviors of mothers who had babies showing insecure attachment behaviors are very different. Thinking back to chapters 2 and 3 of this book, see if the following description of insensitive mothers from Mary Ainsworth and her colleagues reminds you of characteristics of what I'm calling emotionally immature parents. Okay. Quote, in contrast, mothers with low sensitivity are not aware of much of their infant's behavior, either because they ignore the baby or they fail to perceive in his activity the more subtle and hard to detect communications. Furthermore, insensitive mothers often do not understand those aspects of their infant's behavior of which they are aware, or else they distort it. A mother may have somewhat accurate perceptions of her infant's activity and moods, but may be unable to empathize with him. Through either lack of understanding or empathy, mothers with low sensitivity improperly time their responses either in terms of scheduling or in terms of promptness to the baby's communications. Further, mothers with low sensitivity often have inappropriate responses in kind as well as in quality, i.e., interactions which are fragmented and poorly resolved. I'm not sure what that means. I hope that's going to get explained later. These research findings support the idea that a mother's levels of sensitivity and empathy strongly affect the quality of the baby's attachment behaviors in the mother-child relationship. I'm having some concerns again about like empathy, because like, you know, there are low empathy people, and I don't want to believe that, you know, they are clearly... thank you so much for the follow, Galax the Moon. Appreciate it. I don't want to believe that, like, low empathy people are necessarily bad parents. I hope... I like to think that those things can be learned. And it's more like, you know, about your willingness to do this, to do that. That makes you, like, emotionally unavailable. Or, you know, it has to be said, like, I think a big problem is also that, you know, people tend to be, well, people tend to raise their children badly because they just don't have the time. I think in these modern times, we live in a society, etc. We just aren't given the time to like deal with our own emotions and deal with a child's emotions and all that, so we're just constantly stressed, and that makes it all the harder to give a child, you know, the emotional intimacy they need, along with, you know, a lot of other things. The 4 types of emotionally immature parents. Keeping in mind this previous research on infant attachment, let's now take a look at what I've categorized as the 4 main types of emotionally immature parents, who are all especially likely to create feelings of insecurity in their children. Although each type undermines a child's emotional security in different ways, all of them relate to their children with limited empathy and unreliable emotional support, and their fundamental lack of sensitivity is the same. Also be aware that each type exists along a continuum from mild to severe, with varying degrees of narcissism. That's the second time she mentioned narcissism. In severe cases, the parent may be mentally ill or physically or sexually abusive. Oh dear. Emotional parents. Emotional parents are run by their feelings, swinging between over-involvement and abrupt withdrawal. They are prone to frightening instability and unpredictability. Overwhelmed by anxiety, they rely on others to stabilize them. They treat small upsets like the end of the world and see other people as either rescuers or abandoners. Driven parents are compulsively goal-oriented and super busy. They can't stop trying to perfect everything, including other people. Although they rarely pause long enough to have true empathy for their children, they are controlling and interfering when it comes to running their children's lives. Passive parents have a laissez-faire mindset and avoid dealing with anything upsetting. They are less obviously harmful than the other types, but have their own negative effects. They readily take a backseat to a dominant mate, even allowing abuse and neglect to occur by looking the other way. They cope by minimizing problems and acquiescing. Yeah, I had a friend who, you know, who was actively abused by her father, but at this point, last time I talked to her, she was actually a lot more upset with her mother for just, you know, because she actively took the time to come to terms with everything her father did, but now her mother just seems to have not grown at all in all that time, and you know, she let all of that happen. And yeah, and now she's still like, well, you know, what was I supposed to do? And no, and you know, what's truly an adult? I've talked to 30-plus-year-old people at bars just nodding and thinking, oh boy, you're a kid, huh? Meanwhile, a 23-year-old is talking about stocks and retirement, and I'm just like, huh? I mean, to be fair, stocks and retirement aren't necessarily mature things, like, you know. But yeah, emotional maturity is a whole different ballpark from physical age. Yeah. Honestly, I think the stock market might be pretty full of people who are emotionally not that mature at all. Because it's all just, you know, this game and numbers. And I think a lot of those people actually lead kind of sad lives, where they just chase numbers and money that they don't have any time to actually do anything with, because they're just trained to think that means being successful, and they need to be successful and stuff, you know. Little tangent there, sorry. Rejecting parents engage in a range of behaviors that make you wonder why they have a family in the first place. Whether their behavior is mild or severe, they don't enjoy emotional intimacy and clearly don't want to be bothered by children. Their tolerance for other people's needs is practically nil, and their interactions consist of issuing commands, blowing up, or isolating themselves from family life. Some of the milder types may engage in stereotyped family activities, but they still show little closeness or real engagement. They mostly want to be left alone to do their thing. Try to tell one of them no to anything they ask and watch them hide that rage. Yeah. Hang on. I'm gonna actually look up stereotyped. What exactly does that mean? I keep seeing that and I just want to be sure that I really... Stereotype behavior. Stereotypic behavior has been defined as repetitive, invariant behavior pattern with no obvious goal or function, right? So they just kind of engage in that pattern without really being engaged emotionally. I think it's interesting that our generation is possibly the first question if we even want to have children. It is, isn't it? Possibly. Yeah, probably. I mean, through most of human history, we've been kind of struggling to even survive. So, you know, it's only been in pretty recent times that our population like really skyrocketed. And at this point, it's like we have more problems with overpopulation rather than, risking, well, at least humanity as a whole dying out. Certain cultures still might. But that's less because they don't, well, never mind. That's getting into a lot of stuff. As you read the following descriptions, keep in mind that some parents are a blend of types. While most parents tend to fall into one category, any may be prone to behaviors that fit a different type when under certain kinds of stress. Yeah, I feel like that's important to note. Like, being stressed can make you fall into different emotional patterns. Like, I noticed that about myself even. Hang on. And within the following descriptions, you'll see a unifying thread. None of the types are able to consistently act in ways that would make a child feel secure about the relationship. However, each type has its own unique way of falling short. Also note that my purpose here is just to outline and provide an outline of the 4 parenting types. I'll discuss the best ways of dealing with emotionally immature parents in the later chapters. What is an adult cannot be explained. It is merely a point in which a person is thrown with a lot of things which they are never prepared for, because at this point in time responsibilities become more and more unexpected and more or less demanding, and those with personalities and attributes that go against the ever-changing modern duties become no more than a speck in the small planet, which is also problematic. I don't know why I typed this, but I feel deep or derp. I think it's derp. No, I mean, I don't think there's anything derp about it. I think, yeah, it's a valid perspective. It's a lot. It's a lot to get into. Hang on. Yeah, I mean, we live in a society, man. Basically. It is. I think it's important to it's the jokiest, the jokiest. I think it's important to note that, like, I think it's important to have these realizations about, like, wow, we're all just living in these structures that humans have made for themselves, and now I just kind of bound by. And like, it's important to realize that, hey, that's unnatural and weird. And well then, guess now I'm gonna have to figure out how I relate to that. But yeah, I think it's important to have those thoughts. Because otherwise you're just gonna be, you're just gonna turn into a cog and become, just, become passive like that. Has anyone tried to replace her words with ist? Makes them sound like terrible crimes. Joker was jokist. Ah. The managist. I'd like to talk to your managist. It just kind of sounds like a superlative. Ah yes, he is not the Joker, he is the jokist. The jokest of them all. Oh, Goatbox1, hi there. The stream is going pretty well, though I feel like I'm not gonna be able to go for terribly long today. I don't know, I am... bleh. I feel like my brain is already dissolving. Gonna need to work on my stamina. Meanwhile, doing the opposite makes it sound way tamer. An arsonist versus an arsoner. That's true! I like the narration. The narration? I mean... what? But yeah, that's true. Okay, hang on. What is an ist word? Ah, thank you for the hydrate. What is an ist word? Brain dissolving, yes. Oh, posture check, thank you. Okay, hang on. Stretch. Okay. Oh god, that was a good stretch. Whew. Oh god, I'm lightheaded. I'm glad you feel inspired. Makes me happy. Whew. Okay. Brain dissolving. Okay. Where was I? Oh, that was such a big stretch. I feel like I'm in a different place and time. Okay. Big stretch, yeah, dude. We don't want the biggest stretches in here. Let's see. Let's keep reading. Emotional parents are the most infantile of the four types. They give the impression that they need to be watched over and handled carefully. It doesn't take much to upset them, and then everyone in the family scrambles to soothe them. When emotional parents disintegrate, they take their children with them into their personal meltdown. The children experience their despair, rage, or hatred in all its intensity. It's no wonder that everyone in the family feels like they're walking on eggshells. These parents' emotional instability is the most predictable thing about them. At the severe end of the spectrum, these parents are, quite frankly, mentally ill. They may be psychotic or bipolar, or have narcissistic or borderline personality disorder. At times, their unbridled emotionality can even result in suicide attempts or physical attacks on others. People are nervous around them because their emotions can escalate so quickly, and because it's so frightening to see someone you know come unglued. Suicide threats are especially terrifying to children who feel the crushing burden of trying to keep their parent alive but don't know what to do. At the milder end of the spectrum, emotional instability is the biggest issue, perhaps in the form of histrionic personality disorder or a cyclothymic disorder, characterized by alternating episodes of high and low mood. I feel like I should have added some content warnings. Sorry about that. Regardless of severity, all such parents have difficulty tolerating stress and emotional arousal. They lose their emotional balance and behavioral control in situations mature adults could handle. Of course, substance abuse may make them even more unbalanced and unable to tolerate frustration or distress. Whatever their degree of self-control, these parents are governed by emotion, seeing the world in black and white terms, keeping score, holding grudges, and controlling others with emotional tactics. Their fluctuating moods and reactivity make them unreliable and intimidating. And while they may act helpless and usually see themselves as victims, family life always revolves around their moods. Although they often control themselves outside the family, where they can follow a structured role, within the crucible of intimate family relationships, they display their full impulsivity, especially if intoxicated. It can be shocking to see how no-holds-barred they can get. Many children of such parents learn to subjugate themselves to other people's wishes. Because they grew up anticipating their parents' stormy emotional weather, they can be overly attentive to other people's feelings and moods, often to their own detriment. I know that themes are a little heavy, but I could seriously just hear you read for hours and went, aw, thank you. It makes me very happy to hear. Honestly, the thing that's stressing me out is that I feel like I have to take notes. I feel like I might want to do this differently. I feel like, yeah, I do still want to take notes and have them accessible for people. But I think I might, do those after the fact. Like get into a rhythm of repeating the material by myself at a later point and then taking notes then. Because right now it's just, I don't know, it's just not compatible with my brain. Does that sound good? Like if I add them to the VOD and also in my Discord. I mean, obviously not to the VOD on here, but eventually I'm gonna be uploading these to YouTube. So yeah. Because I don't know. I feel like I need to take these notes just to have them more easily available, because I don't know if I can expect from anyone to listen to this whole thing. I don't know. maybe it's not a big problem. I don't know. Whatever works best for me. I'll think about it. I mean, I guess a lot of people apparently watch the VODs for these. Like, the study stream VODs tend to end up in like the hundreds of views, according to Twitch. And it's just, I don't know. It's hard for me to believe. But I guess if Twitch says so, then I guess, I don't know. I tend to just either watch videos that are, more to the point, or I'm, really watching a stream, but then I also want to be, present in the moment and be able to talk to the person, I don't know. That's beside the point. Just thinking to myself. Okay. Let's hear Brittany's story. Despite the fact that Brittany was in her 40s and living independently, her mother, Shonda, still tried to control Brittany with her emotions. Once when Brittany was in bed sick for several days, Shonda's anxiety mounted until she called Brittany five times in one day. She also stopped by because she thought it was time for Brittany to get out of bed, even though Brittany had asked her not to come over. Finally, Brittany latched the screen door so Shonda couldn't get in. Later, Shonda told her, "When you locked me out, I was so angry that I wanted to break your door down." When confronted about her intrusiveness, Shonda acted wounded and hid behind the excuse, "I just needed to know you better." But the truth was, her primary concern was with her own feelings, not with what Brittany needed. Awesome streamer, yeah. I mean, thank you. I mean that tends to be used in a sarcastic way, but I'm gonna assume that you mean that in a genuine way. So thank you. Hi ASN, what's up? You do? Thank you. Driven parent. Driven parents are the type that tends to look most normal, even appearing exceptionally invested in their children's lives. Being driven, they're always focused on getting things done. Whereas emotional parents are obvious in their immaturity, driven parents seem so invested in their child's success that their egocentrism is hard to see. Most of the time, you wouldn't notice anything unhealthy about them. However, the children may have trouble with either initiative or self-control. Paradoxically, these very involved, hardworking parents often end up with unmotivated, even depressive children. If you look a bit deeper, you can detect the emotional immaturity in these upstanding, responsible people. It shows up in the way they make assumptions about other people, expecting everyone to want and value the same things they do. Their excessive self-focus manifests as a conviction that they know what's good for others. This seems like a very important little chapter here. Sounds like a frustrating situation to be in. Yeah. I'm also reminded of... what was it? You know, there's this thing about intrinsic and extrinsic motivation. I could see the children of these parents being like less motivated because they have always been pushed to do things by an outside force, so they never develop this ability to motivate themselves. So they only, that actually sounds very familiar. Like just being unable to motivate yourself to do something because you're just used to fulfilling roles, just to following structures and doing the thing. That's but it's tricky because obviously a parent most of the time do know what's best. Yeah. Seems like a majority of parents, huh? I guess it very much depends on like where you grew up. Like what kind of social environment, what kind of culture. I could see this being very very relatable to both like children of typical like Asian parents, like not trying to be racist, just saying what I've heard, and also like a lot of like American parents who are all like, hey, you have to be successful and pull yourself up by your bootstraps and stuff like that. You see the lead to not doing anything for yourself if your life is structured for you here. They don't experience self-doubt at a conscious level and prefer to pretend that everything is settled and they already have the answers. Rather than accepting their children's unique interests and life paths, they selectively praise and push what they want to see. Their frequent interference in their children's lives is legendary. Ooh. In addition, their worry about getting enough done runs them like a mortar. Goals take precedence over the feelings of others, including their children. Driven parents usually grew up in an emotionally depriving environment. They learn to get by on their own efforts rather than expecting to be nurtured. Often self-made, they are proud of their independence. They fear that their children will embarrass them by not succeeding, yet they can't offer their children the unconditional acceptance that would give them a secure foundation from which to go out and achieve. Whether they mean to or not, driven parents make their children feel evaluated constantly. An example would be a father who makes his kids practice the piano in front of him so he can point out their mistakes. This kind of excessive oversight often sours children on seeking adult help for anything. As a result, in adulthood, they may resist connecting with potential mentors. Legendary, yes. It's like so relatable because I'm Asian and that's the majority of us anyway. Yeah, that's what I hear. Sorry about that. And thanks for the hydrate. Why do I feel hungry? Okay, I'm gonna go grab one of my drinkable meals. Hopefully I can go a little longer with that. The goat hungers, yes. And I don't want to hear anything about tin cans. I swear to God, the goat must feed. What? Yeah, you heard me. It is a harmful stereotype that goats eat metal cans. They don't. They just lick off the labels. Indeed. Yes? What's up? We would never think that, no. Said that goats eat not just metal cans, but literally everything and anyone. No, see, that's not true. That's because of that, because people have seen them, you know, putting these metal cans around in their mouth and stuff, but as I said, they're just licking off the label to get to the glue. What are you doing with a can, young man? I'm eating the inside of it, and also the outside. Because I can. Okay. Yes. I mean, to be fair, you weren't wrong about that. We do eat anyone. Also, hi Aria. What's up? What's up? You little sweetheart. Can we get a shout out for Aria, aka Platypuff? I don't think there are any mods listening, but I'm gonna try anyway. And buffering, oh no. I ate anyone, I mean, anyone who deserves it. Please don't quote me on that. For legal reasons, this is a joke. I mean, hang on. I have to grab something to eat. Yeah, please do. Hang on. Let me look that up. Let me actually look that up. Goats cannibal. Cannibal goat. Goat sucking. 10 cute animals you didn't know were cannibalistic. Let's see. Do we have goats? Didn't find any instance of goat. So Never mind. Apparently it's not real. Hi! Thank you for the lurk. Could be ducks do it. Yeah, apparently. Teiyu clipped and taken out of context. No! I mean, I think that's just what clips are there for, honestly. Hang on. S.O. Latu Buff. She is an amazing artist and also really cute. Go check her out. Love her. But yeah, I mean, it's a little known thing that a lot of well, yeah, I cute, but you cute too. Your potato brain. Well, that must be a very smart potato then. I forgot what I was saying. Let's go. Alright, there's a little known fact that a lot of like vegetarian animals are will actually totally eat meat if given the chance. It's not their main thing, they aren't made for it, but like people have seen like deer eat I don't know if other deer, but you know, whatever meat they can find that just happens to lie around there fresh. You know, it's still nutritious. But yeah. Let's get back to the subject. Certain they know the best way to do things, driven parents sometimes do outlandish things. One mother insisted on going to her adult daughter's house to pay her bills because she was sure her daughter wouldn't do it right. Another mother bought her adult son a used car he hadn't asked for, and was hurt when he didn't want it. And one young man's father made his son weigh himself every day in front of him when he gained weight. If you think back to the infant attachment studies described at the beginning of this chapter, driven parents seem similar to some of the emotionally insensitive mothers of insecurely attached babies. Out of sync with their child's moment-to-moment experience, they don't adapt themselves to their child's needs. Instead, they push their child toward what they think he or she should be doing. As a result, the children of driven parents always feel like they should be doing more, or be doing something other than whatever they are doing. Hang on. That is... I don't think I had a parent like that. But... Okay, My mother wasn't quite like that. But I think sometimes she might have slipped into patterns like that. Because, you know, my ADHD was only diagnosed late in life, just when I was already an adult. I do remember her, like, really pushing me to study and stuff because, you know, she was worried, of course, because the feedback from my teachers, you know, some of it was pretty bad. Like, most of my teachers really loved me, but the one who was actually responsible for recommending which kind of school I was going to have to go to after elementary school was one who didn't like me and thought that I was like, you know, mentally challenged, I guess. Which I guess you could say I was. But yeah, my mother had to bring me to like a psychologist to have my IQ tested so she could go to like a good school and be like, hey, no, this child is actually smart. Please, let him in. It's traits that can happen often. John's story. Although John was 21, he spent a lot of time with his parents and didn't feel any ownership of his life. Describing how he felt around his mother, he said, "I'm constantly on her radar." John felt so pressured by his parents' hopes for him that he'd lost all confidence in his own ideas for his future. As he put it, "I worry so much about what they expect from me, I have no idea what I want. I'm just trying to keep my parents happy and off my case." This was especially true on family vacations when John felt that his father got really angry if John wasn't having a good enough time. Oh, I hear that from a lot of people. Oh dear. John's parents were so over-involved in his life that he was afraid to set any goals, since that seemed to make them even pushier about what he needed to do next. They were killing his initiative by always urging him to do a bit more or try a little harder. At a conscious level, they wanted the best for John, but they were tone deaf when it came to respecting and fostering his autonomy. Christine's story. Christine was an attorney with a very domineering father, Joseph, who constantly pushed her to be a success. Early in our work together, she described her childhood like this. "My father controlled me. He couldn't stand anyone having a different opinion. It was absolutely intolerable to him. I was so afraid of making the wrong choice that I made a lot of decisions based on fear. It was as if my father completely owned me. Even in college, I had to be home by 11, which was extremely embarrassing, but I wouldn't have dreamed of challenging him." Joseph even tried to control Christine's thoughts. If Christine came up with an idea her father didn't like, his response was immediate, "Don't even think about it." Joseph also had a lack of empathy that made him a terrible teacher. He couldn't sense what might be terrifying to a child, so he tried to teach Christine to swim by literally dropping her in a pool. Oh dear. As Christine put it, he would command me to do well, but he didn't offer any guidance or help. I was simply ordered to be a success. To all outward appearances, Christine did become a success, but on the inside she felt a tremendous insecurity, like she didn't really know what she was doing. This also can overlap with genuinely loving your parents and not wanting to disappoint them, which is 1 + 1 toxic. Yeah. 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 I mean, I can't add anything to that. That is just very, very true. I guess it is important to consider that, even if you do love them, they aren't perfect. The passive parent. Passive parents aren't angry or pushy like the other three types, but they still have negative effects. They passively acquiesce to dominant personalities and often partner with more intense types who are also immature, which makes sense given that people with similar emotional maturity levels are attracted to one another. Compared to other types, these parents seem more emotionally available, but only up to a point. When things get too intense, they become passive, withdraw emotionally, and hide their heads in the sand. They don't offer their children any real limits or guidance to help them navigate the world. They may love you, but they can't help you. Like, I could see, for example, a mixture of that passive and, I guess the passive and driven type doesn't really... I don't know. I guess you could be a passive parent and then feel pushed to act and, to push by outside forces to make sure that your kid succeeds. And then you're like, okay, you succeed. You gotta be a success now. Go. So they would usually be loving, but then, the but then they would also do that stuff. Just, I don't know. Just thinking out loud. Passive parents are as immature and self-involved as the other types, but their easygoing and often playful ways can make them much more lovable than the other three types, emotional, driven, or rejecting. They are often the favorite parent and can show some empathy for their children, as long as doing so doesn't get in the way of their needs. And because they can be as egocentric as the other types, passive parents may use their child to meet their own emotional needs, primarily their need to be the focus of someone's affectionate attention. They enjoy the child's innocent openness and can get on the child's level in a delightful way. The child loves his or her time with his parent, but because the child is often filling the parent's need for an admiring, attentive companion, it becomes a kind of emotional incest. Oh dear. What? Okay, I see. This kind of relationship is never completely comfortable for the child because it poses the risk of making the other parent jealous and may even feel sexualized. Oh dear. Oh dear, this is getting into some real heavy stuff. I guess what she's getting at is that, like, the absolute most extreme form of this passive parent type, which is the most childlike kind, would also be the kind that might, be a little stunted in their sexual development. Oh dear, that's uncomfortable. Sorry about that. Children wisely know not to expect or ask for much help from these parents. While passive parents often enjoy their children, have fun with them, and make them feel special, the children sense that their parents aren't really there for them in any essential way. In fact, these parents are famous for turning a blind eye to family situations that are harmful to their children, leaving their kids to fend for themselves. When the mother is the passive parent, she may stay with a partner who demeans or abuses her children because she doesn't have an independent income. Such mothers often numb themselves to what's going on around them. For example, one mother later referred to her husband's violent attacks on their children with a mild statement, "Daddy could be tough sometimes." It's also the parent that are often not too emotionally, mentally, or probably physically young. They're often not ready for responsibility because they often aren't prepared. Yeah, that's true, yeah. That is an issue. In their own upbringing, passive parents often learn to stay out of the line of fire, keeping a low profile and subjugating themselves to stronger personalities. As adults, it doesn't occur to them that they have a mission not only to have fun with their children, but to protect them. Instead, they go into a kind of trance during the worst times, retreating into themselves or finding other passive ways to weather the storm. In addition to unthinkingly abandoning their children when the going gets rough, these parents may leave the family if they get a chance at a happier life. If the passive but more emotionally connected parent leaves the family for any reason, the wound to the child can be especially deep, since the abandonment came from the parent who meant the most to the child. Children who adore the passive parent can become adults who make excuses for other people's abandoning behavior. See Daisy? As children, they believed nothing could be done about their childhood situation and that the passive parent was truly helpless. They're often taken aback by the idea that their wonderful, nice parent actually had a responsibility to stand up for them when they couldn't protect themselves as children. They've never considered that parents have a duty to put their children's emotional welfare at least on an even footing with their own interests. Molly's story. Molly's mother was a short-tempered, physically abusive woman who worked long hours and usually came home in a foul mood. Her father was a sweet, affectionate man who was usually in good spirits. He was fond of puttering in the garage when he wasn't at work, so Molly was mostly left in the care of her abusive, demeaning older sister, apparently with no consideration of how Molly might be treated. Molly's safe haven was her relationship with her father. His kindness was a single bright spot and source of love in her life, and she both worshipped him and felt protective of him. She felt protective of him. Just had a little moment of introspection there. For example, it never occurred to her to expect him to protect her. For example, once when her mother flew into a rage and was beating Molly in the den, she heard her father banging pots around in the kitchen. She interpreted this as his way of letting her know that he was still there for her. She had no expectation that he should step in and stop the abuse. This is a poignant example of how emotionally deprived children try to put a positive spin on their favorite parent's behavior, no matter what. Molly also had a slight stutter, and one time on a trip to an amusement park, Molly's sister and her friends teased Molly about it so much that she became hysterical. Molly's father laughed it off, rather than admonishing the older kids or attending to Molly's feelings. On the drive home, everyone laughed uproariously as they took turns imitating Molly's speech impediment. Oh dear. Finish the next one and then I'm gonna take another break for a few minutes. The rejecting parent. Rejecting parents seem to have a wall around them. They don't want to spend time with their children and seem happiest if others leave them alone to do what they want. Their children get the feeling the parent would be fine if they didn't exist. These parents' irritated demeanor teaches their children not to approach them, something one person described as running towards someone only to have the door slammed in her face. They summarily reject attempts to draw them into affectionate or emotional interactions. If pushed for a response, they may become angry or even abusive. These parents are capable of punitive physical attacks. Rejecting parents are also the least empathic of the four types. They often use avoidance of eye contact to signal their distaste for emotional intimacy, or sometimes employ a blank look or hostile stare designed to make others go away. These parents rule the home, with family life revolving around their wishes. A well-known example of this type is the aloof and scary father, a man with no emotional warmth for his children. Everything revolves around him, and the family instinctively tries not to upset him. With a rejecting father, it's easy to feel apologetic for existing, but mothers can be rejecting too. Children of rejecting parents come to see themselves as bothers and irritants, causing them to give up easily, whereas more secure children tend to keep making requests or complaining to get what they want. This can have serious ramifications later in life when, as adults, these rejected children find it hard to ask for what they need. And Beth's story. Beth's mother, Rosa, never showed any enthusiasm about spending time with her. When Beth visited, Rosa resisted hugs and immediately found something to criticize about Beth's appearance. She usually urged Beth to call a relative as soon as Beth walked in the door, as though to redirect her elsewhere. If Beth suggested spending time together, Rosa acted irritated and told Beth she was too dependent on her. When Beth telephoned her mother, anything Beth said was usually cut short as Rosa quickly found an excuse to get off the phone, often giving the phone to Beth's father. Man. That's rough, buddy. That is rough, buddy. Oh dear. Okay. I'm gonna be right back. Just gonna write it here. Oof, indeed. Alright. You guys stay safe. I'll be back in a bit. Hang on. I'm gonna make sure that the music doesn't stop right now. Okay. Still have a little bit. Okay. Let's open another set of notes because next up is a fun exercise. Oh, yeah. Exercise determining your parent's type. To assess which of these 4 types might fit your parent, read through the following lists and check off the characteristics you associate with your parent, bearing in mind that parents of any type can exhibit traits of the other types when very stressed. Characteristics of emotional immaturity common to all types include self-preoccupation, low empathy, disregard for boundaries, resisting emotional intimacy, poor communication, an absence of self-reflection, refusal to repair relationship problems, emotional reactivity, impulsiveness, and problems sustaining emotional closeness. As before, if you'd like to complete this assessment for more than one parent or step-parent, use the downloadable version of this exercise available at... We'll see about that. We'll see if that's available. I don't think it is. New Harbinger. .com /3170. Ah. Oh. Well, look at that. Ah. Wait. That is it there. Oh yeah. Download free tools. Well, look at that. Okay. I have a thing. If you want to follow along at home. Beep. Determining your parents' type of emotional... Wait. Of emotionally immature parenting, I'll say. Seems more correct. Emotional parent. Preoccupied with their own needs. Low empathy. Enmeshed and not respectful of boundaries. Defensively non-intimate. Whatever that means exactly. Defensively non-intimate. Like, I guess they can't handle an excess of emotions, like once emotions get a little difficult and it's not just all fun and games, they lock you out. I guess that doesn't engage in reciprocal communication, just talks about himself or herself. No reciprocal communication. Just talks about themselves. Not self-reflective. Poor poof. Poor relationship repair skills. Reactive, not thoughtful. Either too close or too distant. Blows up or cuts others off. Frightening or intimidating. Emotional intensity. Expects their child to provide soothing, not considering the child's needs. Likes to pretend they don't run the show. Sees themselves as the victim. I want to do a little bit of organizational thingamajig here. Driven parent. Preoccupied with their own needs, low empathy, enmeshed, bad boundaries. Defensively non-intimate. No reciprocal communication. Why did I capitalize communication? Not self-reflective. Poor relationship repair skills. Reactive, not thoughtful, either too close or distant. And now we're getting into the new stuff. Good lord. Rigid values and perfectionistic expectations. Goal obsessed and busy with machine-like expectations. Wait, with with machine-like, I don't think machines are known for having expectations. Machine-like tunnel vision. Sees child as a reflection, not considering their actual needs. The child's actual needs. Huh. Okay, there's a distinction. Likes to run the show. Sees themselves as the fixer. Hang on. Well, I should probably well, in case I forget to put that link in the description for the VOD, I'll give people the easier link. 31700. Okay. Okay. Passive parent. Preoccupied with their own needs. Preoccupied. Has limited empathy. Enmeshed. Not respectful of boundaries. Sporadically emotionally intimate. Sleep too much? Oh, gave you the idea to do these book analysis stream. Blue Eyes White Boomer, hi, it's been a while. Listen, I'm sorry, like, I hope you can find the motivation to change that. And what gave me the idea? I mean, the idea is that, well, I want to be, you know, oh, you're just the big lurker. Okay, I see. The idea is that, well, I want to be a mental health content creator, but I don't do enough to actually study for that purpose. And then I was like, okay, since I'm thinking about nothing but streams these past months, I'm gonna just turn studying into a stream. And that's basically it. And well, it started out differently. I thought it's, you know, I can't just read the book out loud, and I had to just, you know, summarize and take notes and stuff. But then I hope, as long as I, you know, still analyze it and share thoughts and discuss things and stuff, it's gonna count as transformative something. Transformative something for copyright reasons. Yeah. Anyway, don't fight. No fighting, only loving. Okay. We have passed the 3-hour mark, but Yeah, I'm gonna try to aim for like 4 hours. Yeah, it does. Okay. I'm trying to aim for 4 hours. That's usually my normal length, and my study streams tend to be longer. Like, tend to aim for like 6 hours, but it's just not in the cards these days. Copyright is my biggest fear with stuff like this. Your intent is pure, but we don't live in a pure society, unfortunately, so I just hope that you never get backlash for this. I doubt you will, though. My presumption is people who write these books want to help people just like you, me, or anyone genuine. I hope so, yeah. Yeah, that's true. I guess I probably have more to... I would have more to fear from, like, I don't know, if I was reading Lord of the Rings or something. But yeah, I think, you know, the issue with just reading a book out loud and nothing else, like, that basically turns it into an audiobook, and, you know, then you're stepping on some toes. But no one who just wants to read the book, like, would willingly sit through all these hours of me babbling on, you know? So it's not like I'm losing anyone money here. Engages only minimally in reciprocal communication, mostly self-centered. I feel as though you found an incredible balance with the style of streaming. I feel as though often there can be a lot of church discussion around this sort of topic, and because you're simply studying and analyzing and manage to create a unique space, simply studying and observing. Kind of hard to explain what words encounter me in the moment, but the way you're doing this is very good. Oh, interesting. Thank you. That is some very valuable feedback. Thank you very much. Interesting. I'll try to keep that in mind, in like a positive way, you know? It's hard to see the value in what you're doing yourself, sometimes. Not self-reflective. Limited relationship repair skills. Thoughtful on occasion. Too close or too distant. Can be kindly and fun, but not protective. It's hard to find the balance between straight up copying, pasting someone else, and adding a lot of input where it should be deemed as fair use. It also depends on the country, so that adds more fun to it, like I said. It is pure, and people who write these books want to help others. It'd be a different story if we're doing this like with anime, when I'm trying to call the person who does that, but yeah, I'm gonna have to look into like German copyright law, because that might be a little different. Hopefully it works out. Aren't we all studying and observing every second of our existence? This is simply the nature of reality as people. It is simply that we do it at different levels and rates in this case. Comfortable in inviting environments such as this stream. Aww. Yeah, that's a good way to think about it. I mean, I guess we aren't. I guess one could argue that we aren't all doing it. And, that, children are always studying and observing, but a lot of adults just kind of, put a lid on it and just figure, hey, I've figured out everything, and everyone else is stupid. We live in a society. Am I gonna have to make that an emote? That, society. Laissez-faire attitude that all is well. We live in a society. Might have to look up the origin of that phrase. That's like a Joker thing, right? I mean, obviously, I don't need to learn how you pronounce that. Rin and Kid haven't been around in ages. Hope they're doing well. Yeah, I mean, Rin is definitely doing well-ish, I think. I mean, yeah, she's doing well. She's like, you know, she's in one of those. By the way, this S.O. Noble Bunny Rin. In case you guys don't know Noble Bunny Rin, she is unrealistically sweet and cute and wonderful, and also like really witty in a cool way that I really appreciate. And yeah, she you know, started studying psychology like properly. And so yeah, her life has changed a lot and she is just real busy and hasn't been streaming a lot. Yeah. Let me just listen. Don't badmouth the bunny. Come with me and you'll see a world of few memes and internet. Quote from the Joker movie can actually have incredibly negative connotations. Yeah. Man, wasn't the Joker movie like relatively recent? I feel like that meme's been around forever. A cannibal like Teiyu? No, not like that. I mean, yes, like that. I mean, a cannibal like Teiyu in the sense that neither of us are, if that's what you mean. Yeah. Affectionate, but not protective. Like someone else to run the show. Oh, is this one going to be like the big differentiator? Where they place themselves in terms of running the show? Like someone else to run the show or be the bad guy. Sees themselves as mellow and good-natured. What if I eat the bunny as the appetizer and the goat as the main course? Well, I don't know. I guess it depends on what you mean as the bunny and the goat. I mean, if you're just eating a bunny and a goat as an appetizer, as a main, just in that case, I guess you're eating meat. But if you're eating like Rin and me, then that's you don't need to be Peter to say that that's murder because we're sapient and even anthropomorphic. Do I know what you're talking about? I'm not sure. I tend to, I don't know, sometimes my brain doesn't work the same way as other people's. It might have been, but I think the Joker movie normalized it, if that makes sense. Ah, yeah, that does make sense. Looks like a main course. Well, I mean, I'll take that as a compliment. I'm a furry. I mean, I guess I'm a furry. Sure. Like I don't use the furry tag because I don't use the furry tag because I don't think it's central to my being, but yeah, I'm a furry. I represent myself as an anthro animal, so yeah, I'll get a little furry. Oh yeah, wholesome streamer, by the way. Yeah, that's me. I'm the wholesome streamer. Always do this when I'm a food-related streamer, but I'm not food-related. I mean, I'm just as food related as anyone else. I think. I mean, technically you could eat. Okay, I guess we don't think of primates as food. I guess. You're very well. You're. You know, Issen, when I first met you, I thought I was always like, man, that's a vampire. And then I learned so many of your interests, and none of them have anything to do with vampires. And it's just like, okay, I guess, like, I mean, it's just interesting. Water's blue and the sky is transparent, other obvious things. Yeah. Yeah, sky... Wait. Hang on, that doesn't track. Water is transparent, but the sky is blue. Usually. Hang on, okay. The sky isn't blue, I mean... Yes it is? No, no, I think the sky is blue. Like, even if you're being weird about it, I think the sky is very much blue. Like, the sky is a reflection of what... Okay, you're messing with me. Hello! Alia? I'm not sure how to read your name. Please correct me, if I'm reading it wrong. And also, hi. I see you're in thought. If you have any questions, like, please go ahead and ask them. I kinda stopped taking notes in the middle of this, so if you need any context or anything, that's all you, man. Good luck with that. Okay. Fair enough. Vampiric interests are a private thing. I don't really want to talk about it. Okay. I figured since it's your name, you know, it's just outwardly, yes, I have very little to do with actually being a vampire, except for occasionally wanting to nibble on people and their souls. Yeah, you know, haven't we all been there? Not joking, I'm just being a smartass. The light from the sun just reflects off the ocean, which is the color of this. No. AJ, that's... AJ, okay, AJ, sure. I'll call you that. No, but... The light from the sun just reflects off the ocean, which is... No. Water is blue. Water seems blue because it reflects the sky. But water is blue because of the way that our atmosphere splits the rays, the sunlight. Yeah. Ohio. I mean, konbanwa in my case, but yeah, hi. Glad to have you here. How are you doing? Okay. Rejecting parents. Not rejecting parents, but like parents that are rejecting. Sky is not actually blue. No, what? I'm good. What about you? I'm also quite good. Yeah, everyone's being really sweet. I'm a little bit frazzled, but yeah. It's okay, y'all. Bye. Goats have been proven to eat souls. Is that so? Well, guess shows what I know, huh? Guess everyone knows more about goats and skies than I do. If you insist. Anyway. Rejecting parents. Okay, you'll leave? No, what? Don't leave. I need you. You aren't a bot. Or if you are a bot, then you're the kind of bot that poses ethical questions about what makes a human person. I mean, not a human person, but like a person. Okay. If you want to become famous, follow Teiyu the goat. Yes. I'm gonna pretend that that makes sense, yes. Please do. If you want to become famous, follow me. Also give me money. Didn't work? Well, shit. I mean, hey, I know you. And a bunch of other people know you. So that's famous-ish. If you want to become well-informed and comfy, follow Teiyu the Goee. How do we know each other though? Oh god, that is getting into some wild, like, freaking, hang on, epistemology? Was it epistemology? Epistemology. Yeah, epistemology. Whoa! Thank you, SN. Thank you very much for the bits. I appreciate it, though now I'll feel a little bit bad. No! God damn it! His sibling says I'm so philosophical that they tell me to shut. Oh, well, darn. Well, that is very rude of them. I think that's a great quality to have. So, tell them the goat says that they can shut up. So there. Okay. Adult stream, yes. Preoccupied with their own needs. No. Analog, what? I wouldn't hate you for that, dude. It's okay. Because this is an adult stream. People always joke that if I ever get too philosophical, they accuse me of smoking weed. I don't like that kind of joke. Like that just shows such a lack of imagination and just willingness to think and engage in thoughts and stuff. Like it's just, dude, just because someone's being creative and thoughtful and stuff, that doesn't need to mean anything. Just it's frustrating. Okay, a little distinction here shows no empathy. Doesn't necessarily mean that they have low empathy. I don't find malice bad. Yeah, but it's not necessarily malicious. It's more of a pet peeve, I guess. Like, I don't know, I'm thinking more about like when something is really creative and people are like, whoa, what drugs were they on? And it's like, dude, it's just creativity, dude. It's just because it's something you haven't seen. It's the product of drugs. It's just... DMT? What does that mean? Impenetrable boundaries. Curious, Teiyu, during this feature, do you feel comfortable speaking, talking about real-world problems they're dealing with to add to the discussion? Okay. I'm not familiar with DMT, unfortunately, so the joke didn't land. Share frustration with the mentality on drugs. Do I feel comfortable with people talking about real-world problems they're dealing with? Well, that falls into the whole no politics and religion and stuff rule, like, which I get into in more detail in the rules of my Discord. So, basically try to avoid politics, and if you need to bring up something that might be politically charged, then try to avoid anything that's like, what is politics and religion? Yeah, that is a very good question. Like, try to avoid anything that really clearly says, like, hey, these people are bad because like anything that requires like identifying groups that people identify with, like, you know, if I'm not making sense. My brain is melting. Like, if people, what not to say? Yeah, exactly. If people, for instance, a lot of my followers are like non-binary or trans or something, and you know, it's important for them to be able to talk about their issues and the difficulties they face. But you know, even just the very existence of this whole gender stuff gets politicized, and so I just want to stay away from being like, from talking explicitly about like, you know, all the groups of people who politicize these issues and stuff, and just talk about, hey, I face these problems a lot of times, I get this kind of shit from people, without saying like, hey, these people are ruining our country and everything, and you know, more like if I asked you, I'm dealing with this person and they're doing this, what should I do? Or I deal with this person every day and I think they're having a serious emotional problem, should I do something? I mean, well, first of all, you're reminding me that I wanted to make a redeem for that, like an ask for advice redeem. And well, I guess, yeah. I mean, as long as you're not identifying anyone, you know, as long as you're not telling anyone's name, like, yeah, I can try to give you advice. I very much cannot, you know, guarantee that I can actually help you with any real situation, but, you know, I can try. I can do my best. It's interesting that you assumed I was going to talk about politics when I specifically said going to add to the discussion on reset. Oh, sorry about that. Isn't political religion or taboo vibes also advise slippery slope, as long as you preface that you're not a professional when you're not, and it's fine, yeah. Like that's a very important thing to consider. Like I'm just, you know, I'm just a friend, basically. I'm just someone who cares and who, I don't know, sometimes has smart thoughts. So yeah. Aside from that, like, yeah, politics is a concept which is doomed to fail at the start. Religion is simply a state of belief. Yeah, I would say religion has something to do with like organization, but I don't know. I've been on Twitch for a long time, and even no professional therapists that stream, and even they say they can't give advice because, you know, governmental laws. Yeah, definitely. So yeah, basically, as long as you don't break any rules that I have not clearly written, then go ahead. And for now it's free, because I haven't made the redeem yet. I mean, I wouldn't make it, you know, terribly expensive. Just, you know, just more of a thing. You know, more of a thing that's like, okay, like, I'm invested in this, and you, please, Teiyu needs to pay attention, I guess. Impenetrable boundaries. Seems disconnected and hostile. You all look cool though, you all pass vibe check. I'm really happy to have found you, you all really are gem. Aww. Thank you, I'm so happy to hear that. Man. And you said y'all too, so that goes for all of you too. I mean, all of us. All of us. Yeah, all of us. Yeah. 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 Sorry. Oh, sorry. I just... I have a hard time feeling like I belong anywhere, so I just had this like little spike of like, oh man, I'm part of a community. How to say you're American without actually saying you're American? You use the word y'all. If I jumped on y'all and nobody catches me, the vibe check is not passed. If I jumped on y'all and nobody catches me, the vibe... I mean... Does it count as long as we try to catch you? I mean, I can't make any guarantees that I can actually do it. No, you're part of a society. Don't take it seriously, don't expect it, okay. I mean, I would try. I like how seriously you're talking about that. Like, how would that? What would that even look like? What does it look like? I mean, I don't know. Never mind. Too cute to do it. Okay, I am very strong though. Usually, I mean, I haven't been working out for a while, but like, usually I was very strong. Yeah. Seldomly communicates. Too cute. Oh, thank you. You're cute too. I don't know if you're too cute, but I think you're cute too. Confirmed! Not self-reflective. Not flective. No relationship repair skills. None whatsoever. Reactive, attacking, and demeaning. Attacking and demeaning. Too distant. Cute people save lives. Honestly though, true. Like legit. I strongly believe in cuteness. I think cuteness basically means, you know, cute basically means so lovable that it makes me smile. I think cuteness is a lot, you know, cuteness is associated with children because they're, you know, they are helpless and stuff like that. And obviously that's where the instinct comes from. But I think it's not just with helpless people, but also with people who just make us feel at ease. Which also, you know, obviously goes for helpless people because they, you know, they aren't a danger. But also, I think cuteness can really help put you at ease and lower your stress levels and, you know, recharge your belief in humanity and stuff. But yeah, poke the cheek. Yeah. If you see something cute, your brain releases dopamine, which is chemical which makes you happy. Yeah. Dopamine. Cuteness really revolves around young or little things, which people generally mean wholesome when it's anything else. I don't correct people though, it's just something I see it goes hand in hand. Yeah, I think one of my early video essays is gonna be about that. I think it's important. Yeah. That's Because I mean, it also holds a certain danger, of course. Because there's, because cuteness makes you seem harmless, and of course, if something makes you seem harmless, then a lot of people who want to do harm have a vested interest in appearing. So yeah, it's important to make that distinction. Yeah. Also, shoutouts to Paranoia Agent. It's no surprise that that Paranoia Agent revolves around something adorable and moe and stuff. Exactly, also a random question. No one has to answer this if you want to, but what country are you all from? I am in America. I am German. Hi. Asia. Yeah, that's fair. Don't reveal anything you don't want to. German. Yeet. Oh, you're still here. Hi, man. Lazy Llama, you want me to shout you out? Or, like, do you do anything on Twitch? Because you... Curious? Okay. Anyways. Too distant. Ignores? Oh yeah, I'll have to follow you on Twitter. Wait, not on Twitter. You're not on Twitter. Well, hang on. Do you have socials on your thing? Hang on. One follower. That's me. Well done. Okay, well, I guess... Guess I can't really shout out your channel. On Twitch. I mean, yeah, if you want, you can drop your YouTube link channel thing for anyone who's also German. Sorry. Anyway. Just curious. America couldn't mean North or South America, which is a bunch of different countries, like just generally curious. Okay. Too distant. Ignores the child or can be rageful toward them. Often rejecting or angry. And angry. Not sure why I read that as or. Sees the child as a bother and doesn't want to get near them. And we're running out of space. Because of these helpful little clouds. Hang on. Oh no, they're okay. Well done. Okay, it's automatically blocked. Hang on. Hang on. Let me just real quick. YouTube level llama what crashed. Oh, you finished your art. What did you draw? Okay. Yeah. Sorry. I just dropped Lazy Llama's YouTube channel here. Just I don't know. I feel the need to just show my appreciation. Sorry. It's in German, so might not be relevant for most of you. Cute emotes. they are cute. They are cute. Yeah. Okay, hang on. Let me finish this up. Oh yeah, yeah. Please send it in the Discord. Yeah. I still don't have a channel for like that's like dedicated to your stuff. Hang on. Just put it wherever. I don't know. My Discord is a mess. Also hugs. Yeah, hugs. Okay. Wow. Okay. My brain is starting to unravel. Okay. Likes to mock and dismiss. Need to stop being lazy and get back to work. I love you all and I hope you all have a wonderful day. Yeah, I hope you have a wonderful day too, and I love you too. Thank you so much for being here. Being a lovely person. Sees themselves as independent from others. Okay. How long have I been streaming? Why is OBS like this? Didn't OBS usually show like how long you've streamed for? I don't know. I guess it's been like Yes, it's been like, yeah, we're approaching 4 hours. Okay, we're approaching 4 hours. I think that's good. What's the next chapter like? How different children react to emotionally immature parenting. Okay, yeah. I have to go too. Your stream was very relaxing. Well, I'm glad to hear that. Have a good night then. And thanks for hanging out. Bye-bye. Okay. Okay. I guess we're going to be looking at, well, starting the chapter, How Different Children React to Emotionally Immature Parenting, which starts with the concept of healing fantasies. So that's a central thing for this whole. Huh? No, I'm not leaving yet. I'm not leaving yet. I said I'm not leaving yet. I was just saying bye to lazy lava. Okay. When immature parents can't engage emotionally and give their children enough attention or affection, their children cope by imagining healing fantasies about how their unmet emotional needs will be fulfilled in the future. They also cope by finding a special family role, creating what I call a role self. Don't worry about it. The role self is designed to get some kind of attention from a preoccupied parent. In this chapter, we'll begin by looking at healing fantasies and role selves, and then explore two very different coping styles that children use in order to deal with emotional neglect: internalizing or externalizing. Unfortunately, neither coping style allows a child to fully develop his or her potential. Because of their parents' self-preoccupation, these children are likely to feel that their true selves aren't enough to engage their parents. As a result, they start believing that the only way to be noticed is to become something other than who they really are. Sadly, the true self, which consists of a child's innate attitudes and genuine feelings, takes a backseat to what seems necessary to secure a place in the family. Oh yeah, that's something she's gonna get into eventually, I think. Which is super interesting. Like, she actually kind of establishes a theory of, like, you know, your true self and why it's so important to listen to your emotions and stuff. It's really good stuff. Like, as far as I remember, just to, to set you up for next time, like, for whenever that happens, whenever we get to that part. The theory is, as far as I remember, that, your brain, how to explain this in a way that doesn't sound like really dumb. The theory is that your brain is kind of unconsciously figures out like what you are best at and what comes naturally to you, and that's kind of in conflict with all of these ideas you are given about like what you are supposed to be and all that. But when your emotions, your most innermost emotions, well, aside from, I guess, when you're stressed about that conflict, but if you really learn to listen to your emotions, the theory goes that it's that part of you that really knows what you are good at and what your brain is just built for, that is telling you, hey, this is the thing that I want and this is the thing that I don't want. So I don't know, that's I don't know if I when you don't 100% understand something, that's what happens. You're like, hey, this is like really cool, but I can't explain it in a way that sounds cool, but it is actually kind of, I think. I don't know. But yeah. Although the true self still exists beneath the surface, it's often squelched by family rules that put the parents' needs first. In Chapter 7, we'll look at what happens when the underlying true self resurfaces to wake people up to their real feelings and full potential. In Chapter 7, that's in 2 chapters from this one, okay. Still a ways off, but hopefully we'll get there in the next session. But for now, let's take a look at how healing fantasies and family roles affect people in both childhood and adult life. The origins of healing fantasies. Having immature parents forces children to adjust to their parents' emotional limitations. MB, are we having sex yet? I'm not as far as I'm aware. I mean, I don't know about everyone else, but I'm just reading. So, but also, hi, how are you doing? Having immature parents forces children to adjust to emotional manipulations. Children react to emotionally immature parenting in a number of ways as they attempt to be noticed, cared for, and engaged with. Sorry, that just... I'm not gonna voice that. What do you mean, not that I'm aware? How would you not be aware of that? I mean, I guess it depends on what Noble Bunny defined, thought of, what Noble Bunny meant as we. Like, if he was talking about him and me, or them and me, then I should probably be aware of that, unless Noble Bunny is like very stealthy and very bad at it. But I was thinking in terms of like, I don't know, maybe someone among us is doing it. I don't know. Me and Essence literally going to town in the back room. Don't drag Isan into this. Dude. He's freaking hell. Um. Goddamn, dude. I'm trying to read here. I'm trying to read. Who could read at a time like this? Going to deep while listening to Teiyu study. That is some sort of kink, yeah, I'm sure. Okay, serious face. We're in the home stretch. Let's go. The one thing all emotionally deprived children have in common is coming up with a fantasy about how they will eventually get what they need. As children, we make sense of the world by putting together a story that explains our life to us. That is narrative constructivism. We imagine what would make us feel better and create what I call a healing fantasy, a hopeful story about what will make us truly happy one day. I'm Seiso's Shiva, yeah. Seiso's Shiva. Children often think the cure for their childhood pain and emotional loneliness lies in finding a way to change themselves and other people into something other than what they really are. Healing fantasies all have that theme. Therefore, everyone's healing fantasy begins with if only. For instance, people may think they'd be loved if only they were selfless or attractive enough, or if only they could find a sensitive, selfless partner. Or they may think their life would be healed by becoming famous or extremely rich or making other people afraid of them. Unfortunately, the healing fantasy is a child's solution that comes from a child's mind, so it often doesn't fit adult realities. But whatever the healing fantasy, it gives a child the optimism to get through a painful upbringing in hopes of a better future. Many people have survived a miserable childhood in this way. The hopeful fantasy of one day being loved and attended to keeps them going. Oh dear. Yeah, that is some real stuff. We're getting into the real interesting stuff here. Like, everything so far was groundwork. And now we're getting into, like, hey, look into you. Look into yourself and... yeah. Ugh. Why is this so sus right now? Because Noble Bunny. Does it bother you? Because I will totally bonk Noble Bunny. Just, you know, with like a rolled up newspaper. I do wonder about that, like... I think that stuff is funny, but I hope nobody is made uncomfortable. You're prepared. Well, then I will catch you off guard when you least expect it. It doesn't bother me, but bonk him just be sure. Okay. But there we go. It's fine. Wonder what this. I wonder what this says. Well, because Noble Bunny. That's just how he do. Yeah, let's go. How healing fantasies affect adult relationships. As we grow into adulthood, we secretly expect our closest relationships to make our healing fantasies come true. Yeah, we're getting into the real stuff. Our subconscious expectations for other people come straight from this childhood fantasy world. We believe that if we keep at it long enough, we will eventually get people to change. We might think our emotional loneliness will finally be healed by a partner who always thinks of our needs first, or a friend who never lets us down. Often these unconscious fantasies are quite self-defeating. For example, one woman secretly believed that if only she could make a depressed father happy, she would finally be free in her own life to do what she wanted. She didn't realize she was already free to live her own life, even if her father had stayed miserable. Stuff is funny as cupcake remixes. Cupcake remixes. I'm not aware of that. Go into my bathroom, there's a goat in my shower. Well, you probably should take care of that. And also you should probably lock your doors or check your locks if a goat just kind of ends up in your shower. I mean, unless this is like one of those stories where you're implying that you were surprised by the goat in your shower, but actually you weren't because you actually own a goat and it's supposed to be there. Anyway. Another woman was sure she could get the kind of love she longed for from her husband if she did everything he wanted. When he still didn't give her the attention she thought she'd earned, she was furious with him. Her anger covered the anxiety she felt when she realized her healing story wasn't working, even though she'd given it her best shot. Since childhood, she had been sure she could make herself lovable by being a quote-unquote good person. We usually have no idea... Hang on, I just kind of glossed over that. Make herself lovable by being a good person. Okay. Jelly! Hi! How you doing? I'm not gonna be streaming for a lot longer, but I'm still happy to have you here. Developing... Wait, no, wasn't done yet. We usually have no idea that we're trying to foist a healing fantasy on someone, but it can be seen in the little tests of love we put people through. It's easier for an outsider to see how unrealistic the fantasy is. Successful marital therapy often involves exposing how people's healing fantasies try to force their partners to give them the loving childhood they always wished for. Just woke up? Well, good morning then. Hope you slept well. Developing a role self. If your parents or caregivers don't adequately respond to your true self in childhood, you'll figure out what you need to do to make a connection. Instead of just being who you are, you'll develop a role self or pseudo-self that will give you a secure place in your family system. This role self gradually replaces the spontaneous expression of the true self. This role self might be based on a belief such as, I'll become so self-sacrificing that other people will praise me and love me. Or it might take the negative form of, I'll make them pay attention to me one way or the other. How are you doing? Any better? Yeah. This stream has been really nice. Like, everyone has been really, really sweet. And, yeah. Yeah. Also, I took care of some important business yesterday, so yay. just kind of, you know, haven't been in the I've been kind of blah, blah, blah. Kind of low energy basically. So I can't go for too long today. Little sad I missed it, but I'm glad it's been good for you. Yeah. The process of assuming a role self is unconscious. Nobody sets out to do it deliberately. We create our role selves gradually, through trial and error as we see the reactions of others. Regardless of whether a role self seems positive or negative, as children we saw it as the best way to belong. Then, as adults, we tend to keep playing our role in hopes that someone will pay attention to us in the way we wished our parents had. 4 hours of streaming, how are you feeling? I'm ready for it to be over. Just like, it's been really fun, but there's still a certain amount of stress to it. Mostly a good kind of stress, but just, yeah. Considering how low energy I've been, both physically and psychically, it's been, yeah. Usually I'm able to go like 6 hours with these, but yeah. You may wonder why all children don't make up wonderfully positive role selves, why so many people are acting out roles of failure, anger, mental disturbance, emotional volatility, or other forms of misery. One answer is that not every child has the inner resources to be successful and self-controlled in interactions with others. Some children's genetics and neurology propel them into impulsive reactivity instead of constructive action. Another reason negative role selves arise is that it's common for emotionally immature parents to subconsciously use different children in the family to express unresolved aspects of their own role self and healing fantasies. For instance, one child may be idealized and indulged as the perfect child, while another is tagged as incompetent, always screwing up and needing help. Nobody can study stuff for hours on end. Take a break and get food. Yeah, soon. Okay. We're just gonna do like 2 more pages. How parents influence development of the role self. An example of a parent who pressures a child into a role self would be an insecure mother who reinforces the fears of a clingy, anxious child to give herself a secure role as the center of that child's life. Finally, someone really needs me. Yeah. Another example would be a father with unresolved feelings of inadequacy who belittles his son in order to feel strong and capable in comparison. I'm the competent one who has to correct everyone else. Or perhaps both parents turn a blind eye to their own underlying anger and self-centeredness and see these traits in their child instead. We're loving parents, but our kid is mean and disrespectful. Few parents consciously intend to undermine their child's future, but their own anxieties may make them see their own negative, undesired qualities in their children. This is a powerful psychological defensive reaction that's beyond their conscious control. Yeah. Good old projection. Let's go. As a child, if you found a role that fit your parents' needs like a key in a lock, you probably would have quickly identified with this role self. In the process, your true self would have become more invisible as you transformed into what your family system needed you to be. This kind of disinvestment from your true self can sabotage your intimate relationships as an adult. You can't forge a deep and satisfying relationship from the position of a role self. You have to be able to express enough of your true self to give the other person something real to relate to. Without that, the relationship is just play acting between the two role selves. Another problem with the role self is that it doesn't have its own source of energy. It has to steal vitality from the true self. Oh dear. Playing a role is much more tiring than just being yourself because it takes a huge effort to be something you are not. And because it's made up, the role self is insecure and afraid of being revealed as an imposter. Sus. Playing a role self usually doesn't work in the long run because it can never completely hide people's true inclinations. Sooner or later, their genuine needs will bubble up. When people decide to stop playing the role and live more from their true self, they can go forward with more lightness and vitality. Okay, and now we're getting to the thing. An exercise. Up, up. Identifying your healing fantasy and role self. Thanks for the hydrate. Ah, jeez. Studying so much and yet I never learned to drink. Sound a little parched. Oh, thank you. You'll need 2 pieces of paper for this exercise. At the top, Title 1 Healing Fantasy, and the other role self. The first part of this exercise will help you explore and identify your own healing fantasy. At the top of your healing fantasy page, copy and complete the following sentences. Don't think about it too much. Just write down what immediately comes to you. Okay. Hang on. I wish other people were more chill. Why is it so hard for people to chill? By which I mean, just listen and not take things personally that don't really pertain to them even, and just be accepting and just have a sense of humor about everything. So I guess yeah. For a change, I would love someone to treat me like a princess. Wait, for a change, I would love someone to treat me like... Honestly, I was joking about treat me like a princess, but TBH? I mean, in principle, sounds pretty good. Princess Teiyu, yeah! Teiyu Hime. Maybe one of these days I'll find someone who will love me unconditionally and make me feel at home, and like I can talk about anything without seeming weird and stuff. You could get you a little tiara and everything. I mean, I'm not sure if I need a tiara. I just want to be pampered. You want to be pampered. Yeah. In an ideal world, with good people, other people would care for each other, form these communities, but without all the horrible parts of groupthink and all that. Just like being there and caring for each other, treating everyone like family. The good princess, yes. That actually sounds like some kind of legend. The goat princess. With many followers. Well, many. I'm sure the goat jelly. NB, please. After completing the sentences, use the words and ideas from your responses to write 2 short descriptions. One for your healing fantasy and one for your role self. These descriptions will reveal your secret ideas about how other people should change in order to make you feel valued, and how you think you must behave to be loved. Use the words and ideas from these responses to write 2 short descriptions. Which will reveal how your secret ideas of how others need to change in order for you to feel loved and appreciated, and how you think you must act to receive that love. The real question is, who wouldn't? That I don't really enjoy kissing. Oh, well then. Fair enough. I'm actually surprised by that response, but okay. Write a short summary about what it's been like trying to get others to change and how it has felt to play the role self you described in this exercise. Then write a short summary of how it's been like to try getting others to change, and how it has felt to play the role self you described. Had some bad kissers. Wow. Okay. I haven't had those. I haven't had enough kissing experience in order to know what a bad kisser is like. Love the goat, embrace the goat, kiss the goat, date the goat, speak with the goat. If you want, would you hold his hand? I've been told I'm good at kissing. Well, I'll take you at your word then. Also, I'm apparently a really good kisser. Just don't actually get any enjoyment out of it. Handholding is nice. Well, I'm glad for you. I'm glad that you are, well, I guess I'm not sure if there's anything to be glad there, but I mean, you seem happy about it, so I'm glad you're happy about it. Anyway, I was gonna be like, well, I'm glad you've had enough kissing experience in order to get the feedback that you're a good kisser, but if you don't actually enjoy kissing, then it's like, I guess that's nothing to be glad about. But, you know, the point is, I'm done. I'm done for today. Whew. Actually a bit frustrating to be good at it and not enjoy it when most other people do. Yeah, I imagine so. By the way, I'm good at massages, apparently. Yeah. Cause I have strong hands, and I guess I'm sensitive to people's needs and stuff. Then I'd eat the goat. Well then. That is unfortunate. Massage redeemed from the goat. 1 million points. I pay for the flights and hotel. The nature of Noble Bunny is such that I'm not sure how serious that is. I could totally instate that. I could do that. If you pay for the flights and hotel and stuff, I could do that. Massage the goat. I wouldn't say no to that. Looked up a bunch of courses on YouTube. After I discovered I still wanted to be able to be intimate with my partners. That's cool. The nature of Noble Bunny is highly lewd. Yes, that is one of the things. That is one part of its nature. I'm gonna start looking around for people to raid. Oh hey, wait, what? It's time to take the stage. The TwitchCon Paris call for content is now open. Oh dear. Okay. Noted. Okay, we do have some Zendragoon. Feels right to raid Zendragoon. Honey Bunny is right on target. Well then, yeah. Honey Bunny exists. Yes, I guess that is in the nature of the bunny. Yeah. Hang on. Let me just check real quick. How many viewers do we have? 15. That's fair. Okay. Okay. Let's stream. What? Let's raid. Let's raid Zendragoon. We've had them in chat earlier. Super sweet person. Has their birthday today. It's a really chill time. I think the vibes are very similar to. They're very similar to the vibes in here during the times that silliness is happening. You know, it's not very often that they get like very you know, darkly philosophical and psychological and stuff like that. But yeah. It's very chill and silly and comfy and stuff. Happy birthday from Princess Teiyu if you insist. If you insist. I won't stop you. Okay. Let's go. Zendragoon. Y'all are adorable. I appreciate you all so much. Okay. Well then. Thank you all so very much for being here. It's been really wonderful. I'm very happy. I'm very happy right now. And yeah. Take care, everyone. And you know, don't be afraid to reflect on these things, ask these questions, and don't be hard on yourself for how you developed. Just look forward and make the best of it. You are wonderful. Okay. Bye-bye. And remember that you're loved. Take care. Ah, wait, hang on. I still need to open their stream. Hit another tab. Because otherwise I'm gonna be late to my own raid. Okay now.